Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 6 of hearing stream 4, which is hearing submissions on the centre's provisions of the proposed district plan. This morning we will kick off with Z Energy and Sarah Westerby. Welcome, Sarah. We can see you quite clearly, and you got your mute on. Oh no, you're clear now. We have your certificate. What's happening there? We're getting a bit of feedback there. Is that right?
Yeah, I missed that. Sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm just welcoming you to the hearing, basically. We have read your pre-circulated evidence, but if you would like to talk to it, particularly if there's been any changes since you issued that evidence, i.e. the council's rebuttal evidence, you're more than welcome to just sort of summarise the key points at the moment. So it's over to you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you and good morning. Very prompt start, so excellent. I won't summarise what I've already put in my evidence if it's taken as read and understood. So I might just leave that just for brevity. And I might just comment on a couple of things that I have picked up in some pieces of supplementary evidence. I note that Anna Stevens in their supplementary evidence in relation to City Centre Zone R15 yard-based retail activities and other rules that address yard-based retail activities has made a recommendation to include an exemption to the notification requirement under that rule relating to where an activity, I might just go to it, but where an activity expands the net area or perhaps does not expand the net area, being the qualifier, I guess, for needing to be notified or not. What I can't pick up from the supplementary evidence is how the council is suggesting that an area of an existing yard-based retail activity will be captured. What is net area, I guess, in relation to an existing yard-based retail activity? So my point being, a yard-based retail activity kind of by definition is outside in a way. So an expansion of the net area of that activity, does that involve intensification of yard-based activities on the existing metres squared of a site or an activity, or is it related to GFA or something else? And so that's just something that I am unclear on, and therefore would hesitate to support the change unless it's clear how it's going to be applied.
I might just see for clarification if she's ready to answer that, whether Ms. Stevens can answer that right now, just to help the process.
Yeah, or we can wait, and I can speak to a few things.
Stevens?
Sure. Kia ora. So that change acknowledged, I think through the 42A, that there was an exemption for existing activity. Hopefully that's captured through the notification in terms of that existing activity. It was around just realising that there was no, I guess, notification setting for where there was an expansion of activity or a new activity came along and it expanded. I was probably thinking purely in the area sense, but I'm happy to provide more clarification on my right to reply for that. Yep.
Thank you. And I guess, yeah, again, area sense, does that mean expanding? I don't know. It still doesn't quite make sense to me, because you think about true application of a site, usually you don't expand into a new site. So if your whole site is already a yard-based retail activity, which is often the case, what is an expansion in the area of that?
I appreciate it. I can help qualify that. No, that's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move on to the minimum building height standards, of which are in a number of different zones, or a couple of zones. And I do support the removal of structures from the standard. Paragraphs 201 and 206 of Ms. Stevens' supplementary evidence. However, I still consider that there'll be some outcomes from requiring all buildings to have a minimum height that are, in my view, will be unintended. So trivial and nominal buildings that are still buildings but not structures by definition will be caught, and I maintain the position that it's not necessarily a good urban design outcome to have all trivial nominal buildings tested against a minimum height of 22 metres or whatever it may be in the particular zone. And I also maintain that there are some instances where council may want a building to be not at that height where it relates to an existing activity. And I appreciate the future scenario of where the plan is going, but any assessment, as we know, needs to take into account an existing environment. And so that's not going to go away. And so I do think that the plan has a role to play to consider that sort of transitional time as well. And so requiring a resource consent and assessment against quite specific urban design policies for a bin store at an existing site is unhelpful, inefficient to the process. And then I guess I pose it to the council, will a resource consent run the risk of refusal on urban design grounds for a small building, a small ancillary building on a site that does not meet that minimum height, where such a building should never be at that height, if you like. It's rhetorical, I don't need an answer. I just wanted to clarify that. And then the final thing I might just add relates to Dr. Zamani's supplementary evidence, which it's entitled planning evidence. I do wonder if it's urban design evidence, but I'm unsure. In paragraph 25 of that supplementary evidence statement, it is stated that design outcomes should be primarily influenced by their impact on the urban environment, rather than solely focusing on operational or functional requirements. And that's in reference to my evidence, where I never implied, I hope, that the sole focus of any assessment or rule or standard should be on functional requirements. I do, however, maintain that it's relevant, and both things are important in some instances, and it's those particular instances that I think are beneficial to capture at the plan making stage, being weighing up urban design outcomes versus functional requirements. But I never referred to that being a sole reason for a particular outcome through the plan. And I think that's probably all I'll really say. I think throughout the recommendations of the council, both from the 42A and supplementary, there's been an acknowledgement that there's particular activities such as service stations that need not have to have verandas, and that sort of approach to the active frontages or veranda controls. And I support where the council is going in terms of those recommendations. I don't have specific references right now to those. I can get them if it would be helpful, but there's a general flavour through the 42As and supplementary evidence that in relation to verandas, I believe, that service stations need not have to meet those standards. And I maintain that in relation to where buildings are required to be built in a similar vein, for similar reasons, where buildings are required to be built onto a front boundary with other design outcomes. I maintain that there's particular existing activities, a stress existing, not new or different, where it may not benefit the outcomes or the process or to a person or the environment to require a building to be on the front boundary. And in fact, with the Picton example that I gave through my evidence, could result in what, in my view, compared to the existing environment, is a worse outcome for the character of the road in some instances. And so to require it through the plan means there's only, that is the kind of most appropriate way forward. But it's not always the case in my experience. And that's probably all I'll say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very clear. I don't have any questions. Any questions from the panel?
Yeah, only just in relation to the minimum building height standards which you're referring to. So I'm just trying to get a complete understanding. So if you're to remove the word "all structures," as Ms. Stevens in the Central City is posing, you've got a problem with. Have you got a problem with that? And have you got no alternative reading, or are you just in support of that clarification?
Okay. No, I support that recommendation by the council, generally, in that I agree, now it appears they agree with me, that not all structures need to be built to the front, to a height of 22 metres, if you like, in the city centre zone. Sorry, I can't exactly remember if it's 22, but you know, adding any structure which might be a rubbish bin on a private site, right, for your employees, as an example, it need not need a resource consent because it doesn't meet a height of 20 something metres, and I think that's fair. However, where a building is a building by definition, which may only be a 2 metre high EV charger, as an example from my own experience, that activity might need a resource consent because of that standard.
Yes.
And so the going through the process of a resource consent for those reasons, in my view, is almost unhelpful. I've not seen a benefit to the outcomes by going through the process of obtaining a resource consent for those types of buildings. Absolutely agree where it's a knockdown rebuild and you're wanting a whole urban design outcome, and so you're wanting to achieve particular integration and relationships with the street, absolutely. But where it's a trivial small building, I still maintain that it need not be captured by that standard.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
No worries.
Just no more questions. Thank you, Ms. Westerby.
Thank you.
Mount Victoria Local Association. Welcome to the table, Ms. Newman. I'll just turn to the solution. Thank you.
Well, I'd actually like to start this morning by painting a word.
Cool, sorry, your mic, it's got to be green. Just
Right,
press it down.
yep, thank you. I'd like to start this morning by painting some word pictures for you. Firstly, the principal commercial and employment centre servicing the city and metropolitan region, the commercial heart. Think Lambton Quay, Willis Street, Lower Terrace, Courtney Place, Cuba Street, Featherston Street. A vibrant and diverse mix of inner city living, entertainment, educational, government and commercial activity. We're talking theatres, hotels, te papa, parliament, government and commercial offices, hotels, converted office buildings for accommodation, and a predominance of shops and retail, cafes, restaurants at the ground level. Pipitea Marae and Pa, Kumatoto Kainga and Stream, Te Aro Kainga, Waitangi and Wharipo lagoons, and statutory acknowledgement areas such as old government buildings and Turnbull House historic reserves. Te Ngākau Civic Square. Does any of this sound like Mount Victoria? No, this is Wellington City Council's description of the city centre zone. But the council wants to extend this zone well into Mount Victoria. The council describes the purpose of this city centre zone in the district plan as being to enable and reinforce the continued primacy of the Wellington Central City area as the principal commercial and employment centre servicing the city and metropolitan region. The city centre zone is the commercial heart of Wellington and the wider region and New Zealand's capital city. Does this sound like Mount Victoria? No, not to me or anyone else who knows Wellington. So it is completely inappropriate to extend city centre zoning of effectively unlimited heights well into the residential suburb of Mount Victoria. The entire suburb, we believe, should be medium density residential. Its natural and historic border to the west is Kent Terrace. The western edge of the legal suburb of Mount Victoria should not be included in the city centre zone. Cambridge Terrace, or those green islands of the Canal Reserve land down Kent and Cambridge Terraces, forms the logical eastern boundary of the city centre zone. So next I'd like to talk about the importance of suburb identity and the evidence supporting that. Wellington City Council documents show the western boundary of Mount Victoria along Cambridge Terrace, putting the islands between the two terraces in Mount Victoria. The suburb of Mount Victoria has a distinctive and strong identity for its residents and the city. This dates back especially to its development in the late 19th and early 20th century. Underlining this distinctive identity are council statements such as these two, which I will quote in a minute, and they're in the proposed district plan appendix on character precincts. They say, the suburb retains many of its qualities and characteristics of its early development, and it is also the most visible inner city residential suburb. With dwellings close to each other and close to the street as a result of its predominantly Victorian and Edwardian housing, it has a strong sense of community, with residents actively engaged in making the suburb a supportive, safe and vibrant place to live. So the evidence for the suburb identity, the hardcore evidence, I guess you could call it, is that the boundaries of the suburb of Mount Victoria are defined and the suburb named by the New Zealand Geographic Board and gazetted by Land Information New Zealand. The New Zealand Geographic Board gives particular importance to the locality and extent of suburbs. And I quote here, "The New Zealand Geographic Board, Ngā Poutonaha o Te Aotearoa, recognises the importance of locality and suburb names and their extents. They provide identity and association for local communities, giving a sense of place and belonging. The board also recognises that populated places are bounded by naturally defined geographic boundaries or infrastructures. Having official suburban locality names provides certainty, protects community identity, minimises the risk of incorrect naming, and ensures that the official name is used in official publications. The proposed city centre zone designation of potentially well over 10 stories high extends deep into the current low-rise, but also historically dense residential area. For example, in Home and Hania Streets, Roxburgh and Marshbank Streets. I'd like to talk about the impact of these heights. Allowing building heights of 10 stories or more will create unacceptable shade over the houses behind them, blocking essential afternoon sun. This is particularly inappropriate in the case of the Moya Street heritage area, but also for streets such as Lipman and Levy, which incidentally we have said we believe should be part of a character precinct, and Roxburgh Street. Houses are likely to become unpleasant to live in and to deteriorate, defeating the purpose of heritage area designations, for instance. Building heights of 10 or more stories would also wall off the historic suburb of high tourist and urban landscape values from the rest of the city. Addressing this issue of unlimited heights. While heights are specified for buildings in the city centre zoned parts of Mount Victoria, 28.5 metres for the majority, the Council's latest iteration of the proposed district plan essentially proposes no limits. These will be supposedly granted in trade-offs for city outcomes contributions. But based on the experience of Mount Victoria Historical Society in relation to council officer decisions, and more importantly, the evidence of expert submitters to this hearing, like Stuart Niven, we know that these do not work. As Stuart Niven says, it sends a message that the sky is the limit. He also says that concessions are frequently not enduring. And our experience, as well as what Stuart Niven says, is these are ultimately at the discretion of council officers, and so they're often subjective and they are definitely inconsistent. Also, in its Section 42A report, the council gives some strange reasons for allowing unlimited heights, including this one. From a design perspective, there are benefits to having unlimited building heights. Developers will not have to impact building design outputs by trying to keep within a maximum height limit, avoiding pancake buildings in the areas that have lower height limits like Thorndon and Mount Victoria along the CCZ boundary. Now, I have to confess, I had to go to the council to find out what pancake buildings are, because this is apparently not a term that you can easily Google and find the definition of. But what it means is that developers will create really, really low ceiling heights so they can get in more floors. But since when did it become council's role to determine the internal design of a developer's building. Where's the evidence that that developers regularly do this to come within district plan heights? And if it is a problem, why are there not rules in the district plan about internal ceiling heights? And finally, I'd like to talk about the fact that these unlimited heights and even the city zone heights for Lower Mount Victoria are unjustifiable, as are the concessions. And in this case, we would particularly draw the panel's attention to the expert evidence of Timothy Helm for Newtown Residents Association. His evidence, once again, documents the faulty assumptions and methodology on which the council's extreme upzoning is based. It highlights the fact that the zoning of the lower part of Mount Victoria as city centre zone is not necessary to achieve the required number of dwellings, and that planned development of up to 6 stories would be sufficient and would also result in a more livable and appropriate scale for the Kent and Cambridge Terrace Boulevard. Thank you. That's
Thank you very much, Ms. Newman. It's very clear. Can I just ask a question around what the relief sought, specific relief sought in legal parlance from the association? Is it that for the CCZ zone sites east of Kent Terrace shouldn't have the ability to go above the height thresholds, as they're called?
No, we believe our preference is that it is not city centre zone. It is medium density residential, which still allows 6 stories.
But that's all of that land east of Kent Terrace?
Yes.
Even though under the operative district plan, it's got a commercial zoning of whatever it is.
Yeah, we appreciate that, but we have always objected to that since, at least 2003. Mainly through the residents, Mount Victoria Residents Association at that time. So we have never felt that it should be zoned.
Right. So from a planning perspective, if it was rezoned residential and one of the commercial activities they wanted to expand or another one replace it, it would, in a policy sense, be contrary to the policies for that area as residential. So is that appropriate for those properties?
Our second option would be that there is a special, height restriction for that part of city centre zone. But what we believe is that it does not qualify as city centre zone under the council's own definition.
Okay, thank you. That was clear. Any questions for Ms. Newman?
No, you've covered the questions that I had. Thank you.
You'd agree that that the area east of Kent Terrace that's zoned city central at the moment.
Yes.
You'd agree that that's essentially commercial, not residential development at the moment or activities?
No, well, it's hard to say whether you compare vertically or horizontally. I mean, yes, car yards take up a lot of room, and whether that's desirable, I mean, who's to say? But vertically, probably, almost as much of it as residential.
And you said that your second option was to have a height restriction for that area. What would be your height restriction? What would
the 6 stories, which is the maximum height in the rest of Mount Victoria residential zone.
Thank you. It's clear.
Well, just picking up on that, and I'm just talking out loud here, because we had the Moy Street Collective People Voice yesterday morning, as you're probably aware, they were proposing a sort of a bit more of a stepped height limit, maybe from
We have,
properties.
yeah, we have talked about that in our earlier submissions.
Yeah.
Because we also support that.
Right.
Yes.
So you might have a, I don't know,
6 stories.
6 on
along,
adjoining Mount
and
Victoria.
then 4, 3.
Yeah, or something like that. Okay.
Mm.
So the other thing I was thinking of is this, the maximum height threshold, which for instance, bottom of Elizabeth Street is 28.5. And as you say, under the proposed changes, a developer could apply for higher than that if they met certain outcomes. And I was thinking, or maybe for east of Kent Terrace, that couldn't apply. The city outcomes, going above that threshold wasn't an option. Would that be an outcome?
We don't believe that that's enough, because we believe that 10 stories, having a wall of 10 stories along there, right to the limit of that area, which, if houses were building to, if developers were building 10 stories to the eastern limit of that city zone, then you're right up against some character precinct areas, and some areas which would be highly at risk, and there's nothing to stop that. So all those buildings behind there would get no afternoon sun, and the quality of life and the buildings would deteriorate pretty rapidly.
Okay, any further questions from Mr. Newman? No, okay. Well, thank you very much for coming in and talking to us. Much appreciated. Thank you. We are waiting for our next submitter to come and talk to us. It's Sarah Crawford. She's on the way, I understand, but we'll probably just adjourn the hearing until she arrives. I think it's probably the best way. Okay, so the hearing is adjourned for 10 minutes. Stream 4 has been reconvened. Apologies for the little bit of a break there. Ms. Crawford, welcome to the hearing. Thank you for being a bit more flexible, but we had a cancellation just beforehand. And I understand you got here as quickly as you could. So thank you for doing that.
Yes.
Thank you. We've got your further submission in front of us, your submission. So if you'd like to talk to us about the key points of your submission in relation to the centre zones of the district plan, that would be great.
Right.
We're a slightly different panel to the one you would have.
No, that's a different panel from last time.
Yes.
Yes.
Some of us are common in between, these two.
All right.
But yes, myself and Commissioner Dash weren't on the residential one. So.
It's very similar because, but the actual situation is, no, it's actually deteriorated since we last met regarding Shelley Bay. And I know we this time have to talk about the spaces. And as two of you know, that I've had a long association with the Miramar Peninsula. James Coots Crawford was my great-great-grandfather, and he was an early settler, and he also was a great historian and also observer of the environment. So just to start it off, he would be very disappointed in what is happening now on the Miramar Peninsula, and he just put these along this time. He wrote geological reports at that point, and I haven't got the book, but he also had documented in his atlas the North and South Island as well. So he had a great awareness of the environment like I have and we all have here. And then he wrote about his travels in New Zealand, in which he talks about the European settler, and he alludes to the Maoris as well, and actually thought they were better caretakers of the land than actually us as the Europeans at that time. And that is for everyone to debate. So I just leave that as an open question. What I'm now concerned about is that what I'm going to talk about today is that I did place legal caveats on it and have been involved in it since 2017 actually. So legal caveats were on it for 6 years actually. To actually for that to be never in my ownership or my family's ownership, but to be in the ownership of the people of New Zealand. And I don't know if I talked about it last time, but 3 different developers did come to me and offered me one section and would pay my legal fees. Then offered me 2 sections and offered me my legal fees, and then 3 sections and offered and they would pay my legal fees, but they thought, and I could have any section I liked, but actually I wanted the lot. So they were no longer interested in me, and what I wanted for them to be put in protection for the population of New Zealanders. So I didn't want any monetary gain or monetary benefit of any for myself or for our extended family. So, and they agreed with that. So that is where I've always come from. And also, I just like to just talk about is that now I look at it is that this morning I actually had to drop my daughter off, and I drove round the bays through Oriental Bay and around, and I drove to the entrance of where I could go to Shelley Bay, and now we cannot go to it. I knew that, but we can just go past High Acre, and that is the sign, no more vehicles unless you actually had a pass to go in there. So it is a shame that now we have reached that point of where we are with this piece of land. So, and also the other point is that I'm very concerned actually when I had those caveats on it, that we don't have, and I know that no overseas money to actually to be funding it and have an part ownership in the Miramar Peninsula, because the Miramar Peninsula is a wonderful space for us to have recreation, for not just Wellingtonians, but for all those who live in the greater Wellington area. I can't really stress that enough, actually, that it actually has, to those I spoke to last time, I expressed that when you actually come into Wellington, come down the Noronga Gorge, you come down and you see Wellington Harbour and the Miramar Peninsula. When you come along the motorway into Wellington, coming south into Wellington, you come along the motorway and you look at the harbour and gridlock. It's rather refreshing to be able to look looking out on the harbour in the Miramar Peninsula. Today there was no gridlock actually, but I still looked at it. And then as you go around the bays, around the Shore Road and go to the Miramar Peninsula, you have that lovely view of looking onto the Miramar Peninsula. And that view coming back into Wellington City, you can see it from the buildings here. And you can actually see it right along the hillside, the Western Hills, right along to Lower Hutt. On the Western Hills there, the Petone foreshore, right round to Eastbourne and to the Pencarrow Lighthouse. So it's very, very significant, and it is pretty amazing to have that enormous green space in our capital city. So that's one thing I would like to say about it. The other point is about it is that I've been involved in saving other pieces of land, which I also spoke about, is actually, I don't know how many of you have driven around to Eastbourne and been out and walked from there out to Pencarrow Heads. That was actually, if you can recollect it, or if you don't remember it or haven't been there, is that it actually has got a bus barn, which it is only 2, and we had to fight to keep that. Actually, we had to fight to save that heritage building. I was involved directly with that, and then we had to actually where the beach is and the shingly beach, we had to save to turn that. It was like a rubbish dump and piles of shingle. That had to be saved and was replanted, and the acknowledgement was made of the Wahine disaster in 1968. I remember it perfectly, actually. So that's a memorial to them. But the other is, which is very important, is that there was going to be a large number of houses built there, and we stopped that and only allowed 7. So it is a remarkable space which is actually enjoyed by many Wellingtonians, not just from people who lived in Lower Hutt or Eastbourne, as it was argued by the Hutt City Council. It wouldn't be of value, but it's of enormous value to not just the Lower Hutt residents, but it's also of great value to anyone who lives in the Hutt Valley and the Wellington area, and it's very well utilised, the actual area for picnics, recreation, walking and biking. And now you can hire bikes there and you can buy coffee there. And there's only 7 houses. So that is now in ownership is now protected and in ownership of the Hutt City Council. But more importantly, it is in no politician now would actually dare to turn it into housing for actual residential development, because all politicians, as we well know, like to remain, do not want to lose their seat and remain in power. So that's the first area I was involved in. And then the other area was the Fair Isle Reserve, and we took that to the Environmental Court, and that was going to have a bird hospital put there, and we actually stopped that again, and Now, it was argued that only the people of Eastbourne and Lowry Bay would use that. Now that is used by many people all over the Upper Hutt and Lower Hutt region. So it is a great place of leisure and recreation for many people to enjoy. So it was, it's so important to keep that green space for our future generations. So as our population expands and there's more of us here on this planet and more of us in New Zealand, we need this green space, but not to be able to go and reflect, enjoy ourselves, and actually to have fun, or just to go there to gaze back into Wellington City. So I think it is like, have any of you been to Vancouver and seen Stanley Park there? And Stanley Park is remarkable because Stanley Park is just in the same situation as the Miramar Peninsula, and a lot of pressure was put on to save that. So it actually is saved now for the people of Vancouver, but for the greater population, and people get so much joy out of walking and actually biking or fishing or observing the beauty like we have here. So it is now owned by the people forever and for future generations. So that's one place to reflect on. And then they also to reflect on, I just want to say, other places that they may have lots of green spaces like Vancouver and Wellington, but these places become more and more significant as our population increases. And another places like Central Park in New York, and also at the centre is Hyde Park in London. So it doesn't matter how many parks we've got the magnificent botanical gardens, but we actually need that park. So what I'd like to do is I know that this is what you would, is maintain the green space there for us and future generations. I've just been up in Auckland, and I went to actually Bastion Point. And it's interesting looking at Bastion Point. It's the same situation, Bastion Point. It's got a history of various, very closely related to the Miramar Peninsula. In fact, it's almost identical with the times that it was purchased by the Europeans, purchased by the Crown, and then what's happened since with the defence in Auckland at Bastion Point and the defence with Wellington on the Miramar Peninsula. And when I stood up there, I thought, this is absolutely fantastic that actually the people of Auckland, in the end, with Whenua Cooper, that managed to save the Bastion Point for future generations. Because when you go there, it is absolutely phenomenal that it's got that view just like the Miramar Peninsula. They're different views, but they're just as spectacular of each other. Both are significant cities. One is the largest city in New Zealand, one is the capital city. And I think that the Miramar Peninsula should be given the same status, and also not allowed to be actually built on, so it can be looked at and cherished, and us all to be proud of as New Zealanders for future generations. And I did quite a lot of research on it for this, but I'm not going to give you a dissertation on Bastion Point and
Can I
Miramar Peninsula.
Yeah, so we're at the focus of our hearings is on the commercial zone.
Yeah.
So you're in relation to Shelley Bay,
and
specifically?
To actually make sure it's not developed.
Right, entirely, the whole Shelley Bay, or?
Yeah, all this would be good. Now we've got to reassess the situation of Shelley Bay after what's happened, because Shelley Bay is, I know you're looking at the commercial side, but actually the officers' quarters were in superb order. Actually, any one of us could have lived at and now it's been left and it's derelict.
Right. Yes.
The buildings that are actually on the waterfront we don't know who did the arson.
Can I
That
ask?
could have been used as commercial buildings.
Right. Can I ask about the legal caveats you referred to? Is that on the entire Shelley Bay? How
Yeah.
did that work? Can you explain to
Oh
me?
yeah, on the Shelley Bay, James Crawford, when the land was bought, purchased by him, there were 4 squares of land, which I have to, which are about as big as this table,
Right.
to about here.
Okay.
And they were actually somehow they were actually they remained James Crawford. They weren't actually they weren't actually taken by the Crown and surveyed by the Crown.
Where were these areas?
They were when you come in where the old barracks were. Do you remember them?
I grew up in the area.
Oh, perfect. Where the old barracks are and where the buildings that were arsoned are. They're back from there, so they're actually in the area round. They come round, but where the road is.
Right. So those squares were maintained in the ownership of James Crawford. Is that right?
Well, they weren't actually maintained. They were no, that they with the they weren't actually maintained as as squares because they're part of the road actually.
Okay.
So what we were wanting to do with those under the caveat was to actually, for me to win that caveat, so the actual would be much more difficult for the building to go ahead.
So what zoning? Because that is proposed. I think it's mixed use zoning. What zoning would you see this area being best placed?
The
Shelley
Shelley Bay.
Yeah.
Shelley Bay is a recreational area.
Yeah.
And to have maintained the officers' quarters, there now is hypothetical about where the arson was, because those buildings, even something could have been done, because actually at the Rocks in Sydney, they've got buildings exactly the same that have been actually maintained and safe. So it'd be a recreation area, and the barracks would have been able to be used for an area for a museum, and then the officers' quarters may have been kept maintained and used for a cafe, or you keep the other building and use it as a cafe. And then many people actually in that area actually visit there Monday to Sunday, and also utilise that cafe there Monday to Sunday and took their children to the cafe and sat there, because there's an enormous flat area and playground for families and children, and also people of other ages went there too, all ages. So it was age friendly.
Thank you for that. Can I see if there's any questions from the panel?
Thank you. I have heard you before, so I understand your issues there.
Yeah, thank you very much for understanding them. I just thank you very much for listening.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. That's what we're here for.
I'm just focusing on the mirror map, and also I'd like the on the space on the top saved as well.
Right. Well, there's another hearing to hear the open space zoning provisions. I can't remember when that is, but it's later on.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time and effort in coming today. It's much appreciated.
Oh, thank you very much for hearing what I've got to say. My message is very clear, though, which you have to be very clear. And
Yes, thank you. Our next submitter is due to be heard at 11 o'clock, which will be the Ryman Health and Retirement Villages Association. So we'll adjourn the hearing until 11 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Hearing stream 4 has been reconvened. Our next submitter to be heard, Ryman Healthcare Limited and the Retirement Villages Association of New Zealand Incorporated, which we have a complete virtual presentation today. So who is in charge of presenting today? Is that you, Mr. Hinchy?
Yes, I'm not sure if Ms. Williams would agree that I'm in charge, but I will. I will start at least. Yeah, so I've just got myself here and Ms. Williams to address legal and planning matters. Probably a lot of the context in terms of the reasons why these submitters are here has been sort of presented to the panel in a number of the earlier hearings. I'm just not sure how much each of the panelists have heard from the industry so far. I recognise a few of the faces there, but I was sort of not.
A few, if I could interrupt, sorry.
Yeah,
a
sure.
few of them have heard the full case before.
Yes.
I was there for hearing stream 1, as you remember, so I did hear the
Yes.
overall sort of strategic, high-level kind of issues. So
Yes.
if it is at all possible, just to focus on the provisions for the centre zones and what changes are being sought, and particularly if there's been any changes since the council's sort of reply or rebuttal, that would be useful to know as well.
Yep, absolutely. No, okay, well, in that case, we won't sort of go over all of the background and the arguments, but there's probably just a few things to touch on. I think it probably is really getting down to the merits of the two different planning approaches, in which Ms. Williams has covered in a lot of detail, so I won't go there. It's probably just to emphasise that the centres and commercial mixed-use zones are useful and potentially available for retirement village activities. Those sort of areas do have development opportunities. They're in locations which are close to where people are currently living, and because of the proximity of the amenities within them, they become quite useful for retirement village residents in terms of accessing the things they need on a day-to-day basis. It's been said in the earlier hearings that finding large sites for retirement villages that sort of cater for, the accommodation as well as the amenities on site are very difficult to find. So having opportunities to provide retirement villages in centre zones is important. And as Ms. Williams sort of sets out in her evidence, the NPSUD does promote an integrated approach to commercial areas where those areas are seen to be working and living environments, rather than strictly separating out those two uses. I've touched on the Policy 3 and NPSUD context in my submissions, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. I won't cover those in any detail, and happy to answer any questions. And then I've just framed in my submission the key outstanding issues. It probably is my observation, I suppose, that perhaps not that far apart on a number of the points that are outstanding, which Ms. Williams can cover in a bit more detail, but it's probably more a matter of how you do it. In terms of the policy framework for retirement villages in the centre and commercial mixed-use zones, the officer and Ms. Williams agree that a policy is needed for retirement villages, but it's really just a matter of the level of detail that goes into that. And Ms. Williams is promoting a similar policy to what has been presented for the residential zones, which in our submission is more enabling and more specific to the needs of the retirement village industry, and therefore better sits with the requirements of the higher order documents. There is some discussion about which internal amenity development standards apply. I think originally that was the outdoor living space, minimum building separation distance and maximum building depth. As I understand it, the outdoor living space matter has fallen away, and it's really just those two other standards which are still at issue. And as Ms. Williams points out, there are sort of specific retirement village reasons why those standards are not appropriate for villages. The wind provisions, I think it appears to me anyway that the intention around those provisions is agreed. That they're really only supposed to apply to specific listed public spaces. But in Ms Williams' view, the wording doesn't achieve that at the moment. Those provisions still appear to apply more broadly. So there's some refinements sought there. There is still an issue in terms of the city outcomes contribution mechanism, and that's for retirement villages in particular in terms of how that fits in. But I think there are some more general concerns there in terms of that mechanism and how that sort of fits into an RMA framework. I'm also conscious that the urban design conferencing, which the panel has directed, will be potentially covering those topics in a bit more detail. So we haven't sort of gone right into the detail of the actual controls in the design guide in this process. And then we've got some other issues around the rules and activity status and so forth for retirement villages. But one of the main complaints is that there is a proposed discretionary activity status for retirement villages in the commercial zone and mixed use zone, and that's compared to other residential activities which are permitted above ground floor or restricted discretionary. And essentially the industry is seeking a similar or like for like approach in terms of that. I think there may have been some confusion about whether we were seeking more enabling provisions at the ground floor, but the position of the industry is that they are seeking essentially the same controls to apply, restricting ground floor activities. So that was really all I wanted to cover. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point or hand you over to Ms Williams.
I think if you hand over to Ms Williams and we'll just open it up to a general discussion afterwards, if that's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms Williams.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Nikki Williams. I know you will have all had a chance to read my evidence, so I'll take it as read, but I'll just run through and highlight some key points. I just note that I have read the Code of Expert Witnesses, and I will comply with that. I also note that I have had a chance to read through some of the supplementary evidence that has been provided from the council staff post lodging the evidence and some of the updated provisions as they relate to the commercial zones. I think perhaps if I just jump to the executive summary in the top of page 4, and just really there setting out the reason and rationale of the retirement villages and Ryman's submission is really around adopting provisions that fit the purpose for the functional and operational characteristics of retirement villages and their residents' housing care needs. And I think you will have previously heard from Dr. Nairi Curse and Mr. Collins, Miss Owens and Mr. Brown from the retirement villages sectors. And I note in Dr. Curse's evidence, as Mr. Hinchy sort of alluded to, the population of Wellington is ageing, and I think she pointed out that already 10% of the population is 65 plus. But also that she outlined that a number of the older persons do live in single or, two-bedroom housing, so a different style of housing. And certainly in her evidence concluded that the city is unlikely to have available housing options to cater sufficiently for that population as it ages as we go forward in time. And I did recently review your property economics report on housing capacity for 2020 and 2022. And I noted that only 2% of new building consents were for the retirement villages. So I think really the RVA and Ryman are seeking a consistent regime, and that applies across the commercial centre zones, commercial and mixed use zones, and not just the residential. So very similar to provision for 4 or more units, multi-units, also providing for the retirement village option as a housing option. Certainly, again, picking up that point that within the commercial and mixed use zone, it's and I think this was a point where there's perhaps a slight disagreement between the reporting officer and our reading of the rules, where certainly retirement villages have been popped in as a permitted activity, but the actual, it's not as clear. You then also have to refer to residential activities to really understand how they're provided for. And our suggested amendments is just to make it very clear that the same rule applies as it does for residential, but under the retirement village heading. And then certainly, oh, that's just referencing back again to the previous evidence that Ms. Owens and Professor Kearse have elaborated around the need for the ageing population in Wellington. In terms of the specific amendments and the policies, as we've discussed previously, those policies are really just much more focused on providing for that ageing demographic. And there was in terms of the bespoke retirement village policy, the section 42A report writer has adopted the policy as suggested in the previous 42A report, and you will recall that since then we have provided that further post-hearing supplementary evidence, which provides a more detailed enabling provision. And I did listen in earlier in the week to the hearings and heard the reporting planner recommend that she hadn't suggested any further amendments following the lodging of the evidence. But I would just note that the updated policy, we did put quite a lot of thought into that, and certainly we had taken on board the discussion with the panel, and I've set that out in detail at paragraph 33 of my evidence. And I guess moving more to the context of providing for residential intensification and retirement villages within the centre zones and the commercial and mixed use zones, really it is thinking about aligning with the NPSUD and the relevant proposed plans. I note that the guidance on the NPSUD for councils states that the intensification guide should not be read in isolation. And I guess really what it's saying there is that applying the intensification requirements should also take into account all of the objectives and policies of the NPSUD. And so really that is clear that both the business and residential development zones provide that opportunity and choice for housing and business. Perhaps if we just move through to thinking about the actual provisions. So let me just jump perhaps to paragraph 28, where we're just still in the policies. But really, yes, it's about the policy, this bespoke retirement village policy is very similar to the reporting officer's recommendation, and is really just providing for that ageing population with the nuances that make it fit for purpose for retirement villages. Sorry, there's in this regard, the new policies proposed by the RVA and Ryman provide and recognise for the functional and operational needs of retirement villages through providing that enabling language as provide for and may require. If we turn to the policies around the larger sites, the role of density. I think we've had quite a good discussion with a number of the panel members on this previously. And really, again, it's thinking more broadly about the NPSUD and how we actually enable that residential intensification development within the Wellington context. And then perhaps if I just run through a little bit around the rural context, and generally the intention is that retirement villages would fit in a very similar way to mixed use multi-unit development in the commercial zones and provide generally for residential development at that above ground floor level. In terms of the development standards, as Mr. Hinchy said, we've resolved one of the issues, but there's still the issue of around building depth and building separation standards. And I have taken a little bit of time to go and look at some of the supplementary evidence on that. And I guess in terms of seeking the exemption for retirement villages, it's kind of, again, thinking about the slightly unique characteristics of retirement villages, and that perhaps the building length has come more from thinking about commercial buildings in those centre zones rather than perhaps how a retirement village would likely be developed, which is a little different in terms of having a range of densities of apartments and differing apartment sizes and a bespoke layout for a village development. In terms of the commercial and mixed use zone, as Mr. Hinchy noted, really it's just ensuring that retirement villages have the same opportunity. And I did take a little bit of time to go and hunt out the commercial zones in Wellington. And it does appear actually that even though it's quite a limited area, there is some vacant land within that zoning, which may not have ever been taken up for commercial purposes. So I guess that's the instance where there may be potential opportunities for an activity such as a retirement village to establish in that zone. In terms of the outdoor living space, again, I think we have discussed this in the previous evidence for the residential zones where it was a similar issue. And really it's just about thinking about how retirement villages provide communal outdoor living as opposed to independent private outdoor living, and really just providing for that exemption in the rural standards. In terms of the city outcomes contribution, yeah, I certainly note that the urban design guides and the urban design team are away doing expert conferencing in relation to that, and there may be some changes yet to come. But it was really, again, how does this relate to retirement villages? And I think in the previous evidence presented by Mr. Owens and Mr. Brown, they identified that retirement villages are different and that typical residential development does not really fit within the controls, and the city outcomes is not really anticipated to be suitable for retirement villages. I think really we're talking about the interface of that extra height onto public spaces, and certainly retirement villages, I guess, have a lot of that communal space, and also if you think about residential development generally with more balconies and perhaps a quite different sort of architectural design from commercial buildings. So it seems to me, I'm not sure how those city outcomes really relate to the effects of development. And in terms of wind, I have been through the updated track changes, and it appears to me that a lot of changes have been made to that chapter. And certainly, I think it was just around some of the wording relating to amenity and the broad assessment that may be required under that. But certainly the objectives and policies have been revised to be much clearer and more aligned with what the original submission of the RVA was. Just in conclusion, certainly, in my opinion, the centres, mixed use and commercial zones, do require amendments to really clearly provide for and acknowledge for retirement villages as a residential use that need to be located across all areas of the city so that the elderly population can stay connected with their existing communities and social infrastructure. And attached to the evidence, we have provided that updated appendix, which sets out the track changes as proposed in my evidence. Thank you. So happy to answer any questions and have a discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. First, from me, a question, just a general principle: should retirement villages be treated or considered as equally amongst all the commercial city commercial zones? And I'm thinking specifically the city centre zone. And if so, what's the reasoning for that?
Certainly, I think that it's really about enabling that opportunity. That if residential is appropriate in the city centre, then certainly a retirement village may well be appropriate. So it's really providing that opportunity. And
because the city centre has been identified as the area with the greatest potential for intensification and maximising development opportunities, how do retirement villages fit in with that broad approach?
Well, I think retirement villages already provide, I guess, that mix of density of development. And certainly, as we go forward in time, we may see the style of retirement villages changing. But certainly, in terms of apartment living, you know, they fit well into that intensification model.
Okay, and how?
I think just from sorry, Sue, if you don't mind me adding, I would just say in terms of maximising development opportunities, I mean, I think you can only do that if you enable all of the residential activities that make up intensification. Retirement villages are clearly one form of housing and intensification. If it's not appropriately provided for, I would say you're not maximising the potential benefits. So that would probably be my point on that one.
All right. Is there evidence that retirement villages are starting to go more vertical, if you know what I mean, in New Zealand?
The only one that comes to mind is certainly in Auckland, in the Wynyard Quarter. There is a new development coming that is a bespoke retirement village. But certainly, I know looking at some sites for Ryman, and Mr. Hinchy can probably discuss this better in Christchurch. They certainly have looked to develop in a more vertical manner.
Yeah, I mean, so in terms of my experience, I mean, there's a bit of a variety. There's sort of the greenfield, urban, you know, edge type developments, which tend to be in that sort of 1 to 3 story sort of category, the more traditional thing you might be used to seeing. But then in terms of the more urban areas, Auckland's probably got several examples of vertical style developments in the sort of 4+ range, including, for example, there's a Ryman village in Birkenhead, which has buildings up to 9 stories in height. There's one in Devonport, which is, the lights have gone out.
Sorry, carry on. There you go.
Yeah, there's one in Narrowneck, which I think is a 4 to 5 story building. Petone is down Wellington Way, has, I think, it's up to 6 stories on that proposal. The brownfield sites are actually quite attractive for retirement villages because you can slot them into existing communities and make use of sites that might have, for example, ceased to be a hotel or some other form of commercial or a school or things like that. And where those opportunities exist, there is plenty of opportunity to go up essentially. And yeah, I think for Ryman anyway, they've got a site in Newtown at the moment, which would be potentially a more vertical style retirement village. So yeah, I think it's just giving the industry the opportunity to innovate and to potentially go up where they can and add to that, mix in terms of intensification.
Thank you. Any questions on the panel?
Thank you for your evidence, and as the chair alluded, I've heard a number of parts of this evidence before, but if I can actually have a look at the policy framework proposed, certainly Ms Stevens and Ms Hayes as the two section 42A authors are quite accepting of a separate policy in relation to retirement villages. The CCZ-PX is the one I'm looking at here, and there's a similar one.
Yep.
Which goes through to the other zones as well. But in terms of your major point, doesn't this policy framework and a specific permitted activity rule relating to retirement villages actually give you a pretty significant leg up in terms of the appropriateness of retirement villages in the centres?
I mean, certainly it does, and I don't think we're that far apart. I guess really it's just some of the language that has been proposed in terms of the differences between the wording and the policies that the reporting planners have promoted and that we've then taken in and reworded. But certainly that's right. Having a policy makes sense. Certainly that enables, I guess, the wording in our suggestion is really to enable retirement villages, and I guess adds a little bit more to it, but still largely covers what is also being proposed through the staff policy.
Yeah, so the main differences for what I can see is that you want the very front of that new policy to actually enable retirement activities rather than provide for. So that'll be the main nuance between the two. I realise there's some alternative wording you're proposing as well, but the certainly the intent of the policies there.
That's right. The intent's there. There's a slightly difference rather than, meets the requirements of the residential design guide as relevant. We've really just stepped that out in a little more detail around retirement villages being of high quality and compatible with the planned urban character. So there are some nuances, I guess, between the wording as proposed by the staff and in our tracked change version. Yeah.
Okay, but in terms of use, we're looking at the centre zones here, which is very much focused on the quality of the building development as well, about what that actually does. So don't you deal with retirement village concept in terms of the built form of that in the very much same manner as you would any other development, particularly in relation to factors such as the differences there are for a retirement village and other uses. That'll be taken into account through that restricted discretionary process relating to the building form, wouldn't it?
Certainly, I think what we've tried to do is just broaden that policy so that it has a bit more to it in terms of being clear about how the scale and development of retirement villages will fit into those centre zones.
And similarly, the wind provisions as well. Wind is a an issue in Wellington, as you well realise. So wouldn't you treat the wind provisions for a retirement village exactly the same as you would treat the wind provision for anything else?
I think it was more just around the wind provisions being clear as to how they related to development, rather than whether or not an assessment is required, because I do recall I wasn't directly involved in the hearing for Karori, but certainly, you know, how much analysis is required gets very complex when you get into wind assessments, and particularly when I guess retirement villages are specifically designed for the elderly population. So they do consider design and covered walkways. So it was just really, I think our assessment of those wind provisions as originally proposed was to make sure that how they and when they were to be applied in terms of those public spaces, which my understanding the amended provisions make that much clearer.
All right, thank you.
Questions?
Just in terms of building depth, building separation, I just wondered what sort of on-site amenity issues would arise from the deletion of those for retirement villages. What's the issue with those standards?
I think it was just largely in terms of how buildings relate to the streets, and that in some instances, retirement villages, you know, it was really that there may just thinking about intensification, and as intensification, as designs change, that you may have some, while you have modulation, but you may not always comply with those building lengths and depths as proposed, and that I guess it was really thinking about if you were a 3 or more type scenario with a number of lots, how that might look in relation to the requirement then to break up that building length and depth in the plan.
Is that not something that would be that could be sorted out through a resource consent process?
I guess it's just trying to be very clear at the start that rather than having to get into some discussion, and certainly I think in a number of sites we probably have had some, certainly thinking about some of the Ryman sites where that is an issue, even though there is a good architectural design, and it's just, I guess, one of the nuances of perhaps how retirement villages develop.
And just another question about the policy that you've proposed. And, you know, I can see that you've removed the nod to the design guidelines. The clauses that you've got underneath there, do they cover off the aspects of the design guides that would potentially be relevant?
Yes, that's the intention. So it's certainly thinking about the interface with the public streets, open space, and adjoining residential amenities. So certainly trying to pick up all those matters that would be dealt through the design guide.
And so Commissioner Daish was just talking about built form, but that potentially would not be picked up through your policy framework, is that right?
Certainly the external built form, we're talking about appropriate level of residential amenity at the neighbouring properties where the relevant built form standards are exceeded.
Okay.
Just to, sorry to interrupt there, just in terms of the design guide, there is a fairly advanced discussion going on between the urban designers and the conferencing process, and I think the retirement sector has its own urban designer working within that process. I think that, you know, from what I understand it and the information that's been produced for those sitting outside the conferencing is suggesting that there is a design guide that will probably apply in some form or shape to a retirement village, but just how much of it and which bits apply is still being sort of worked through at that details end. So it may be that you know, this restricted discretionary approach changes somewhat based on that design guide conferencing outcome. And as I understand it, the panel was seeking further views from the parties on, you know, where they stand, I suppose, in terms of the current position. So I just to sort of acknowledge that the retirement sector's position on this may change following the conferencing. But as Ms. Williams says, we do think the regime has appropriately covered, I guess, the bases for things like built form and, you know, amenity and so forth, and neighbouring property ownership and those sorts of things. It's probably just doing it in a broader way than the design guide.
Sure, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand the separate process that's happening. It's a little bit chicken and egg for us.
Yes.
For that.
Yeah.
So I guess my only other question in terms of the policy was under the first clause under D, where it's to be of high quality. You know, I just find that quite subjective. You know, is there somehow you can put some words around what is a high quality development?
And I think that high quality probably comes from the language from the MPSUD, where it talks about requiring development to be of a high quality, while recognising, you know, over time intensification will change the level of amenity. So I'm just looking back. Sorry, I've got both screens open here with the Section 42A report writers policy and our policy, just trying to see.
I guess what I'm meaning too is that, you know, it's all right for a national policy statement to say that, but shouldn't we be a little bit more specific at this level about what those words might mean for Wellington?
And I guess certainly I think it's really, you know, in terms of high quality, I guess that's where your references back to the design guides that perhaps pull out and tease out that wording in more detail, but certainly we could look at that and come back with perhaps some, I mean, a little more detail around high quality, what that might mean.
I think what we have sort of tried to do is we, you know, had an earlier conversation. I think the earlier version of the restricted discretionary matters referred to things like the need for articulation and modulation and so forth of building lengths, you know, the impacts of visual dominance, you know, the need to provide for attractive street frontages and so forth. We had quite a bit of detail in that earlier version. I think we probably were somewhat encouraged to have another look at that through the earlier process. And I think the next stage of evolution was to try and cross-refer back to the various policies in the various zones which kind of guide what high quality should be. So the sort of current version of the matters of discretion is trying to essentially link back to that policy context to give you some greater specificity on what the quality expectations are. And retirement villages essentially is just saying we'll do what the policy says we'll do in terms of you know, the restricted discretionary process, or at least be evaluated under that. I guess the next stage is whether you need even more detail to sort of help you understand what high quality means, and that's probably where, you know, the urban designers are hopefully trying to help us all. Yep.
Sure. That's right.
Helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, and I see that policy P7 is specifically around quality design.
Yes, I was just about to raise that one. Yeah. So if there's any further concerns or doubts, I would imagine that the P7 policies and the centre zones would be the place to address that in more detail. Just in terms of policies, I'll turn to Commissioner Lutz shortly. The P6 policy, you're recommending some wording changes to 2 so that it reads contributes to a range of housing, price, type, size and tenure that's accessible to people of all ages, lifestyles, cultures, etc. And there's a new 3rd one saying addresses the needs of an ageing population. Can you just please advise me why you think a 3rd one is necessary when the 2nd one does refer to all ages? So it does capture the ageing, the different housing requirements for all ages, including the elderly. Why a 3rd one about the needs of an ageing population?
I guess again, it's just providing that that real direct link then through from the restricted discretionary assessment matters back to the policy, and really just focusing specifically on the ageing population as a demographic separate from the more broader statement in 2.
I think the other point would be that the evidence that we've lodged in the earlier processes does point, I suppose, to a specific kind of need among the ageing population in terms of not only the demand for a specialist type of housing and care, but also a different type of housing and care. By having a more general statement about people of all ages, I think, yes, that will cover, you know, the bases in terms of the older demographic fitting in there, but it doesn't give the, you know, the consent applicants, the council, the community enough clarity in terms of actually providing for that existing issue. And by adding, I suppose, ageing population in there, you're creating greater emphasis on that particular issue. And then, as Nikki says, you're providing for that in a more bespoke way as it flows down through the plan provisions. So I think our client's position is that is, you know, just providing greater specificity in the plan, and will help, I suppose, those future consent processes understand that this is an important thing that the district needs to grapple with.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No?
Oh, just one. Mr. Hinchy, you mentioned the Ryman site in Newtown. It's news to me. Can you give us any more information about that?
I can't give you the address offhand, but they've had a site in Newtown for the good part of 5 to 10 years, I think, and been looking for ways to develop that. It isn't in the consent process as yet. It's certainly on the books. I think it's one of those sites that's been somewhat challenged by, you know, site constraints, flooding issues and things like that. So it has taken a wee while to get through the system, but yeah, that's one. In terms of those other ones in Wellington, there is Karori, and that was I think we've got 6-story elevations in that from memory. You know, as I said, the Tony one, those, yeah, there's a number of sites in the Wellington area that do have that vertical concept. Newtown's an even smaller site probably than traditionally Ryman's tackled, but, you know, would see potentially that as an opportunity in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I can get you the site details if you like to, and just so you know where that is.
I was just interested in where that site might be, if you knew where it was.
The geographic reference, I think, it's next to the Countdown in Newtown, if you know that area.
Yeah, Tip Top Bread Factory site.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you very much for your time and your advice. Much appreciated.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. See you.
See you.
Right, we're a little early, and I know we have Ms. Samantha Knight there, but I don't think we have Mr. Shell available. Hello. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Are
Actually,
you
we've
prepared
got
to
Daniel.
start with? Yeah,
Sorry,
are you prepared to start without Daniel?
We have Daniel as a guest. He was struggling to make the presenter link work, and so we were just engaging with the administrators to see if they might be able to assist. So I can see him on the screen there. So if that's feasible, great. If not, our suggested approach is that I will present my planning evidence on behalf of Woolworths today, and hopefully you might give leave for Daniel to present the corporate evidence on a date when he can get the technology to work.
I think I'm getting a no from advisor. Yeah.
We just can't see him.
Yeah, we just can't. All right, he's coming on board now. Yeah,
This is looking likely.
it's looking
Hi,
likely.
can you see me?
Yes.
Yep. Can.
Goodness gracious. Oh,
We got it.
my sincere apologies. I couldn't get the technology to work, so I dug up my old laptop, which is about 7 years old, tried to sign on to everything, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine. Yeah.
Goodness.
Great
Well,
work, Daniel.
I'm very relieved. Hey, thank you, and apologies for the disruption.
That's all right. Now we have your corporate evidence. We've read it. Is there a presentation you want to do to support that? Did you say?
No, there isn't. It's what I was hoping is because it's relatively brief, I have not prepared a summary. So I was thinking I would just take you through my evidence and.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just make sure that panel have your evidence in front of them, and it looks like they do. So yes, the floor is all yours.
Dear.
We lost him again.
You may have.
Frozen.
Oh, there you are. Daniel, you're back.
My apologies. I think where I left off was I have not prepared a summary, but I was hoping I could speak to my evidence and just highlight some of the key points.
Yes, certainly. I'll just indicate we'll just need to have you on our main screen, so we're looking at you rather than turning our back, so we can have him on the main screen.
Sure.
That's it. Yep, that's good. Okay. So now the floor is yours, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Shao. I am a development manager at Woolworths New Zealand, which is a parent company of Countdown Supermarkets. My role involves identifying and acquiring suitable sites for new supermarket developments, carrying out feasibility studies and managing the design, consenting and delivery processes. So at section 3 of my evidence, Woolworths is one of the main supermarket operators in New Zealand. In Wellington City, we have 8 supermarkets and an online fulfillment centre. We continue to explore new opportunities in response to increased demand through population growth and changes in customer requirements. We also actively plan for the renewal, expansion and replacement of our existing network of stores. So at section 4, supermarkets provide an essential service and are a critical infrastructure in our communities. When considering supermarket development opportunities, we look at where population growth is likely and where there are currently gaps in supermarket supply and choice. So paragraph 4.4, by their nature, supermarkets require large sites that are central to their catchment population and are convenient and accessible for customers. They also need to be designed to be operationally efficient and address health and safety considerations. 4.6, while we often look to develop supermarkets within or near existing centres, this can be challenging. Existing commercial centres are often highly fragmented into smaller land parcels or premises to allow for feasible consolidation. With a large land requirement for the building, car parking and servicing of the supermarket, it's generally very difficult to find suitable land parcels with the right characteristics in existing centres. So in practice, this means that supermarket developments are often located adjacent to existing centres, within or adjacent to residential areas or on arterial routes that people use to travel to and from work. So at 4.10, we know that the majority of our customers who shop at one of our supermarkets are from the surrounding catchment. We also find that our customers often shop at our stores multiple times throughout the week instead of doing one big shop on a weekly basis. It's therefore important that supermarkets are able to locate in close proximity to their customer base. This in turn reduces the impact on the transport system that might otherwise be caused by people having to drive to supermarkets further away in another catchment. So finding sites, this is at section 5. Finding sites within established urban areas that meet the location and operational requirements of a supermarket can be challenging, and these difficulties are exacerbated in the Wellington context due to its topography, established urban form, fragmented land ownership, and the general scarcity of large developable land. And when multiple planning restrictions are added to the list of matters to overcome, the development of supermarkets become very difficult indeed. And I noted in my evidence that the most recent countdown supermarkets in Wellington City were developed over a decade ago, and no major new supermarkets have been built since. I note that the council officer in her rebuttal commented that there is a countdown metro on Lambton Quay, which opened more recently, and that is the case. That's correct. We have a metro store off Cable Car Lane. Interestingly, that store has a trading area of about 700 square meters, which is about a third to a quarter of a full-size supermarket. It's not what we consider a full-service offering or full-service supermarket. And the smaller format means we have less stock and a more limited range of products for our customers. It's not your typical shopping destination for a typical family. The main customers are office workers, tourists, people who live in apartments in the city. So their shopping behaviours and needs are very different to, say, a family living in the suburbs in Miramar or Nye or Karori. Returning to my evidence, given the critical role of supermarkets in their communities, these practical challenges need to be recognised, and the district plan should seek to facilitate rather than hinder or frustrate supermarket developments. Paragraph 5.4, restrictive planning controls were identified as a key barrier to the establishment and expansion of supermarkets in the 2020 Commerce Commission market study into the grocery sector. The Commerce Commission recommended specific changes to ensure that the planning system better promotes competition and ensures suitable sites are made available for retail grocery store development. And I've quoted those recommendations in my evidence. And while those recommendations focus on the future planning framework under the proposed legislation, I believe the principles behind those recommendations are either directly or contextually relevant to the present PDP process. So in terms of the outcomes we're seeking through the PDP process, there are two key outcomes. First, we believe that activity status for supermarkets should be permitted across all commercial zones. Outside of these zones, including in the industrial zone, which is the subject of this, one of the subjects of this particular hearing stream, we believe discretionary activity status should apply to supermarkets. We are concerned that the proposed non-compliant activity status for supermarkets in the general industrial zone could have the effect of preventing supermarket developments across all industrial zones, while certain locations could in fact be appropriate for a supermarket, and such an application should merit consideration on a discretionary basis. Second, design provisions concerning the layout and appearance of new developments and centres need to recognise the functional and operational requirements of supermarkets. The permissibility of supermarket or the consentability of supermarket developments is informed by both its activity status and also the associated design and development controls. We are concerned that while a supermarket activity may be permitted within a commercial zone, the associated development standards and assessment criteria fail to acknowledge some of the fundamental requirements of a supermarket activity and building. And in turn, those provisions can have the potential to compromise the design and operational efficiencies of a supermarket. So to conclude, providing for the growth and prosperity of the city needs to go hand in hand with enabling new supermarkets to meet the needs of Wellington's residents now and into the future. And this can be achieved by providing more enabling activity status and development controls for supermarkets across the city that recognise their unique functional and operational requirements, which in turn dictate their location, format and design. So again, sorry for the hectic introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present. If you answer any questions now or maybe at the end of the case presentation.
Well, thank you. No, and thank you for making the effort to join the hearing. That's appreciated. Just a couple of questions from me before I hand over to the panel. In terms of a land use, you talk about Woolworths operating 8 supermarkets in the city and an online fulfilment centre. Can you describe what that looks like in a planning sense, in a land use sense? Is that like a big warehouse shed where online orders are collated and sent out, or is it something different?
Correct. So that's at Granada North, the online fulfilment centre. We also call it a dark store. It essentially looks, feels and operates like an industrial warehouse distribution centre.
Okay, so is it in an industrial zone at the moment?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Okay, so that kind of links to my next question. The activity status you're seeking for supermarkets permitted across all commercial zones, because this plan makes a difference between land use and activity versus the buildings that may contain that activity. Is it you're looking for it to be a permitted activity building wise as well as land use wise?
Ms. Panther Knight can probably speak to that later, but okay. Not necessarily. We within centres, certainly, just like residential activity is permitted in residential zone, industrial activities are permitted in industrial zones. We think supermarket, the activity should be permitted. We accept there could be a consenting requirement for the construction of the building on design grounds, but those standards and design assessments need to be clear and recognise and provide for some of the fundamental operational requirements of supermarkets.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And just for the general industrial zone, we've been told that industrial land in the city is quite limited. It is a scarce resource. And in our own site visits and observations, a lot of the industrial zones are like in little wee cul-de-sac areas off the main roads. There are very few exceptions. But I would have thought as a general principle, the opportunities for a supermarket as opposed to a fulfilment centre would be fairly limited in Wellington. Can you enlighten me? Are there other opportunities in the industrial zones for Wellington?
I think you've made a very fair observation, and I think most of the industrial areas, when you try to, in your mind's eye, see an area that looks, feels and smells like an industrial zone, maybe it's industrial cul-de-sac, those won't be of interest to supermarkets. We would want our supermarkets to be as close as possible to residential catchments or somewhere that's easily accessible along a commuter route. So if a site meets those requirements or possesses those characteristics, but happens to be zoned industrial, the chances are it's probably a fringe industrial location anyway, or it might possibly be a spot zone. So not all industrial sites are the same, and the reality is if it's a true or genuine industrial site, we wouldn't be interested in going there. Okay. And if I may just perhaps make one other comment about the scarcity of industrial zoned land, and typically there's this, I guess, floodgate argument of it's difficult for industrial activities to establish, and if you allow commercial activities to occupy industrial land, then there is nowhere for industrial activities to go. But the reality is that currently there is nowhere for supermarkets to go, and it's much easier for us to go and find a site and get it consented and developed for as a distribution centre than it is to do the same for supermarkets.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Shah? No? Oh, I've exhausted the line of questioning there for you. Okay, thank you for that. Samantha Knight, if you can come on screen. That's it, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, well, again, as I said, we have your pre-circulated evidence. If there's any key points there, particularly if there's been any changes through the council's replies to your evidence, we would be very interested to hear that. So, but other than that, I'll hand the table over to you to just to pick up on the key points.
Thank you very much. And like Mr. Shao, I haven't prepared a summary or anything further. I will just speak to some of those matters that may have changed or shifted, and also just to highlight some of the key points. So if you do have my primary evidence in front of you, I will let you know when I'm making reference to that. So you've heard from Mr. Shao the corporate situation for Woolworths and the difficulty with seeking to consent new supermarkets in Wellington and indeed in other districts. My view, as set out in my evidence, is that the PDP provisions currently don't allow for an efficient or flexible consideration of new supermarket developments, but rather employ a punitive approach to the accepted and long established format of supermarkets. I'm also of the view that it doesn't enable the development of those new or altered existing supermarkets without assessment against criteria and other matters that essentially set them up to fail in a planning sense. So I use that in respect to the conversation you had with Mr. Shao earlier about the permitted activity status for supermarkets is appropriate and accepted by Woolworths in terms of the centre zones. Likewise, you've heard that seeking a consent with respect to buildings and design is also accepted, and that's generally becoming par for the course for districts throughout the country. But when you assess a supermarket building and its format against provisions in the plan that are essentially guided by or considering more frequently the smaller scale commercial activities as a one-size-fits-all kind of framework, you run the risk, as I say, of supermarkets never being able to achieve the outcomes set down in those matters of discretion or indeed the standards. So in terms of essentially levelling the playing field, for lack of a better phrase, my evidence sets out a way in which that framework still applies, the assessment is still necessary, but the operational and functional requirements that are unique to supermarkets can be considered, and there can be a more balanced view in respect of achieving appropriate urban design outcomes and indeed still delivering on the well-functioning urban environment requirement from the NPSUD. So I'm also of the view, as set out in my evidence, that the changes I propose to the zone provisions doesn't result in upwards incompatibility with respect to those higher order provisions, and nor does it require significant changes to the policy framework for each of the centre zones and the mixed use zone. I will address the industrial zone matters separately. So to clarify, the changes that my evidence seeks are, again, to accept that supermarkets as an activity are permitted, but to enable inclusion of operational and functional requirements in the matters of discretion when you're considering consent for new buildings or alterations over 100 square metres GFA in the centre zones. Those operational and functional requirements are commonly accepted as relevant considerations in other district plans. And off the top of my head, I know that Auckland, Hamilton and Waikato all include variations on a theme. And speaking of that, at paragraph 51 of my evidence, I set out what I would suggest are the commonly accepted operational and functional requirements for supermarkets. So that is store visibility, And you heard Mr. Shao talk about how that would work if we were looking at an industrial site or indeed any zone in terms of visibility for customers and legibility of access. At 51B of my evidence, provision of appropriate customer car parking, which is itself clearly visible, accessible and functionally well connected to the store entrance. This is important. Provision for solid facades to facilitate internal shelving and fresh produce display. And adequate and accessible servicing areas, preferably separated from customer vehicle traffic and pedestrian movements. Now, considering operational and functional requirements in those matters of discretion hasn't been accepted by Council in its rebuttal in favour of that one-size-fits-all approach, in my opinion, with respect to commercial activities and not separating out consideration of supermarkets. In terms of the mixed-use zone, my evidence sets out understanding that the supermarket's activity status over or up to 1,500 square metres is permitted, and that is sensible in my view, and thereafter a restricted discretionary activity consent is required. So I had previously suggested that it would make sense for the GFA threshold to align with the activity status in terms of a new building. But equally, I accept that if operational and functional requirements can be considered in those matters of discretion, there can be the corresponding restricted discretionary consent status at 100 square metres as there is currently for the mixed use zone and for centres. But again, so that there is that consideration of those unique circumstances for a supermarket, and I think perhaps would then be efficient in terms of a planned structure when you're considering how to assess supermarkets. So moving from supermarket activity status and consent framework, one of the other matters that my evidence addressed on behalf of Woolworths was the requirement for a discretionary activity consent for car parking when it's at grade. And this is one of those long-standing disagreements that supermarket developers often have with councils, and I think it stems from a concern that there might be unanticipated effects that a wider discretionary assessment might be able to cover. I think it's also an attempt at a sort of a stick approach in terms of the activity status to make it clear that the plan's preference is to avoid at-grade car parking. You heard Mr. Shao talk about the metro format. Obviously, there are changes in the way in which supermarket format is rolling out, and that is still dependent, in my view, on the catchment it's designed to serve. So in some circumstances, it's necessary for that car parking, as I say, to be legible and accessible. In my view, it doesn't automatically require a broader assessment, and I drafted some what I consider to be appropriate matters of discretion to retain a restricted discretionary activity status. I also clarify in my evidence that I think the automatic public notification requirement for at-grade car parking in the city centre is perhaps unnecessary. I don't think there would necessarily be any further relevant information that would be gleaned from a public process for decision makers in making an appropriate assessment. And some of those matters of discretion that I've presented in my evidence draw on other examples in the Wellington PDP in terms of structure. They draw on the relevant policies for the zone and also give consideration to examples from other plans, which I can happily talk to further if you have questions. As I say, standards that are required to be considered when thinking about new buildings. Some of those will be difficult for supermarkets to avoid falling foul of, and that's in respect of active frontages and minimum building height. In terms of the active frontages, the assessment criteria actually include consideration of on-site functional and operational needs. And so my view is that on that basis, if there's some consideration that in some circumstances there will need to be blank facades to enable that internal shelving, etc., as I addressed, then that assessment is still appropriate and that consent can still be sought. So my views were that the changes, or rather the standard as now drafted, are appropriate from a supermarket perspective. On the minimum building height standard, the council's rebuttal suggested that the minimum building height better achieves the NPSUD in respect of achieving efficient use of land. But I don't share that view, and I consider that the PDP should be enabling and flexible to allow feasible and efficient design, and application of yet more standards, in my view, is counterproductive to that outcome. And then finally, in terms of some preliminary comments in respect of the general industrial zone, you've heard from Mr. Shao how that might be considered in the real world. Ultimately, non-complying activity status does apply to supermarkets in industrial zones and other districts around the country. But in those circumstances, and we can talk to some examples if you would prefer, my view is that the policy framework still enables a case-by-case consideration. The changes that the council have made post submission to the policy framework for the general industrial zone here, in my view, effectively shut the door on the prospect of future consenting in almost every circumstance, in my view, in terms of the wording. Now, obviously, I acknowledge the intent of that policy framework is to preserve industrial land for industrial purposes, but I think in doing so, it's failing to recognise the distinction between supermarkets and other centre compatible commercial activities. I think there is a way to enable supermarkets to be considered differently from commercial activities in the industrial zone without undermining that overarching intent. So my view of the discretionary activity status in lieu of the non-complying activity status is that it still enables a fulsome assessment of effects, and council still has the discretion to notify, grant or decline that application. But it enables that case-by-case assessment, and it would enable the opportunity for an applicant to put forward a case in respect of significant demand for that activity over an industrial activity, which itself, in terms of scarcity of land, would need to be assessed. And my view on that basis is that it would enable supermarkets to be able to be provided as essential services to the catchments they're designed to serve without detriment to a centre hierarchy, and in my view, delivering a well-functioning urban environment more broadly. So those were the preliminary comments I wanted to make for you on the basis of my evidence, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn to the panel for questions.
Just thank you for your evidence. There's a couple of things I want to explore with you.
Sure.
Dealing with the matter of industrial zoning and the use of industrial zones. Have you actually had a look at the location of the industrial zones in Wellington and whether they are actually physically attached to either centres or within good locations which provide accessibility for the people who would like to use a supermarket?
So in terms of selecting sites, I'd leave that to Woolworths, but in terms of a broader assessment of the industrial zone and its application to the district and location, yes, we had broad analysis of that at the initial stages of reviewing the PDP for Woolworths. I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head exactly how connected it is to other zones, but in my view, it would be a matter that could still be considered in a discretionary assessment.
Okay, well, Commissioner Schofield outlined that there has been, I guess, a long-standing view that in Wellington City, there is so little industrial land compared to other places that it should be protected for those things which can't go into a residential environment or potentially inappropriate in the centres environment. Some of them are quite small, others are bigger. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the difference between non-complying activity and discretionary. Non-complying indicates that that activity is generally inappropriate in that zone, but you can make your case. So if it was discretionary, it would indicate that in principle, if you make your case, that using a large chunk of existing fairly scarce industrial land may be appropriate for supermarkets. So that's the position that the council's taken. And you also recognise that non-complying activity status for supermarket activities in other districts as well is a process which is seen to be appropriate in those districts. So I think you've made your case that you feel like a softer activity category is appropriate for supermarkets, but it's against the fairly long-standing provisions in Wellington City that I've got so little industrial land that it should be protected in a policy sense as well. So I'd be interested in your views on what I've just outlined.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely, I understand scarcity of land argument, and it's not lost on me that that's an assessment that is required to be undertaken. And as I say, correct, there are non-complying activity statuses for the general industrial zone or similar in other districts. As I say, the difference here is that the changes to the policies and the objective relevant to this assessment coming from Council's rebuttal essentially shut the door entirely in a non-complying sense. So as you know, from a non-complying activity status perspective, an assessment would need to be able to get through either a 104D objectives and policies gateway or effects. I can't talk to effects because obviously that will be specific to a circumstance. In respect of objectives and policies, the way in which those are written now, I think quite comfortably a supermarket will struggle. And so the combination of a non-complying activity status and the wording as proposed results in supermarkets not getting a chance to even have a foot in the door to discuss whether or not a site is appropriate. The non-complying activity status in Auckland, for example, or in Selwyn, as an example, which is an ongoing PDP process, the policy framework still enables assessment. And in my view, a case could be made that a supermarket may not be contrary, may be inconsistent. That's a matter to discuss at the time. What I think is the outcome of the Wellington PDP proposal here is that there won't even be that opportunity to assess whether or not it's appropriate or feasible in consenting terms.
Okay, that's, you know, I think your position is quite clear, but obviously there is other tensions with regard to industrial land, which we'll have to look at as well, because if you potentially now allow a policy framework which could potentially enable a supermarket, well, potentially you could be able to enable, say, other big box retail or big box retail to be acceptable in an industrial area, because of the large size of a supermarket, a conventional supermarket, and because of the large size of potential large format retail, these things need to be evaluated at a policy level. So I accept what you're saying. But I can move on to the second thing I want to discuss with you is in relation to surface parking. In the central city, there's been historically, and it continues through the PDP, a real reluctance to give over land to surface parking. Do you feel that there's a distinction needs to be made in the Wellington context between the central city, two metropolitan zones, and also the local centres, which are seen to be appropriate policy terms for the provision of supermarkets, and certainly in relation to car parking? And I know, you know, I was involved in Selwyn hearings as well, and there certainly was a view that surface parking, which is visible from the street, is one of those outcomes which is not really desirable in a lot of locations, particularly in commercial areas. So do you have a view on whether there needs to be a distinction between central city and the smaller centres that there are in Wellington?
Yes, I think that I'm familiar with the central city provisions on car parking in the operative city centre zone, central area zone. And I, as I was working through my evidence for presentation today, the view was forming that the city centre could well be considered separately, and the long-standing expectation of avoiding that outcome in the city centre might be appropriate. Whether or not it requires public notification is, again, I still hesitate to consider why that's appropriate. And then, of course, I recognise the preference to avoid car parking at the street frontage, and therefore an expectation of that activity or standard, however you implement it. But again, my view comes back to, I don't think that there's any necessity to broaden an assessment beyond those matters that I've identified, which themselves are relatively broad. So, of course, I recognise again that that's something that should be considered in the consenting process, but doesn't necessarily require that broader assessment.
Well, certainly, if you look at the new, the 10-year-old Woolworths, which was established in Newtown, there's no surface parking associated with that. And a lot of that is around the size of the site. It's a big supermarket and it's got underground car parking underneath it. And that's, that was a bespoke solution to that particular site. But just in general principle, with the size of some of the centres that we have in Wellington, is it actually appropriate to even contemplate in certainly the larger centres the provision of large amounts of surface parking, the old model of supermarkets with a building in the middle surrounded by car parking?
I appreciate that, and it appears that there is this tension to suggest that planning provisions should be able to force innovation, and it's not my view. My view is that we accept the activity as appropriate in a location, and then we establish parameters by which we assess the effects that arise from that activity. Car parking is no different in my view. Same with signage. Signage in many districts tends to be a concerning matter, but in actual fact it can still be assessed in that process, and a minimum restricted discretionary activity consent status doesn't identify that it's contemplated, it identifies that it needs careful consideration and design.
Okay, so I don't know whether you answered my question about the differentiation issue between the various zones, particularly in relation to if you're looking at a location like Tawa, or you're looking at a location like Miramar, which perhaps there's, I don't know it for sure, but there may be less tension in terms of land availability and size and so forth. So is there potentially a distinction to be made between the two in terms of the development controls that might apply to a supermarket being established?
I mean, if the council is open to consideration of centre specific or bespoke provisions, depending on whether the zone is the same, it's feasible. But again, my view is that leaving the city centre aside, all the other centre zones, which already appear relatively uniform in respect of the application of standards in this activity, the same approach should apply, but of course the context and consideration will be different each time. So I think my answer to your question, sir, is that I don't see a need to differentiate at the standard and activity level. Those matters would be considered on a context basis each time the consent is applied for.
Last question from me. A couple of times in your evidence that you mentioned the word punitive. Now, punitive to me is it's a very strong word.
Yes.
And so you're basically saying that the theory is that you just can't establish supermarkets because the provisions are too punitive, and that's in relation to. It's not in relation to the activity being inappropriate. It's in relation to the effects of that activity, in relation to car parking, in relation to street frontage, in relation to vitality, viability, vibrancy of centres, which is a key focus of the provisions. So I'm just wondering why you chose the word punitive, because if you find a site, you can make your case, can't you? Taking out the industrial example we were talking about before. There's mixed use zones which potentially could be appropriate, and there's a few of those, and then you've got your centres themselves. So I just wondered about your use of the word punitive and whether that is entirely appropriate in considering the policy framework which Wellington City has set up.
So my view is that use of the word punitive does not suggest that supermarkets simply cannot get consent. That's not my view. And as we've discussed, it's clear and accepted that supermarkets as an activity are permitted in the centre zones and the mixed use zone up to that GFA cap, and that's supported. Indeed, that's a step further than many other districts have taken in recent PDP reviews, where they've started with the outcome of a consent status for the activity and for the built form, and have ultimately come around to the position that Wellington PDP has taken. So the reason I use the word punitive, it comes back to that statement I made at the start of my presentation in respect of being set up to fail. If you apply an assessment framework to commercial activities as a general concept, and to my mind that's a very broad category, and you put supermarkets in that category, the punitive comment results from the fact that invariably, if we're talking about the format that we accept for supermarkets, invariably they will not achieve those standards. So on top of already requiring consent for the building to assess urban design outcomes, which is appropriate, supermarkets will very rarely be able to achieve compliance with those other standards. And if you don't recognise that the reason for that non-compliance stems from operational and functional requirements, you have the argument every single time. And perhaps the use of the word punitive from my perspective is because I have had this conversation probably at least half a dozen times through policy reviews, where there is a lack of recognition given to those changes, ultimately to find that the commissioning panel comes around to the understanding that there does need to be a recognition of the elephant in the room, so to speak. And it's not with a suggestion that I think supermarkets should be exempt from all those considerations. It's just purely recognising that it should be horses for courses in the consenting framework.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? You were saying that you don't, as a general basis, you don't believe that the policies should force innovation, and therefore you would go from the baseline that supermarkets are what they are. They have car parks, they have functional and operational needs as they are, and from there on work your way up. Now, we have to deal with a NPSUD that actually throws up a few things in the air. That, for example, requires us to think again about amenities, and accepts that certain amenities will be lost. It also tells us that we need to actually make more effective use of the land. And with regards to the size of sites that supermarkets need, predominantly because they need a lot of car parking, there might need to be a change in that format, that the supermarkets, that long established format of supermarkets, that needs to be considered. I think in a way it has already been considered, because now we have online shopping. We never had that before. Now we have grocery delivery companies where people don't even need to go to the supermarket anymore. It's quite interesting that Mr. Shao has also provided some evidence that says the majority of the customers who shop at the supermarkets are that from local catchments, and they will actually do several shoppings a week rather than one big shop. All of that shows to me that a rethinking of how much land will be used for car parking, and how that could be maybe differently resolved by having a building that has a underground car park or a car park on top, or whichever way it fits in that particular situation, is something that should be considered on the basis of all these things that we now have to deal with. And from that point of view, I think the baseline to say supermarkets are what they are, I don't think that we could actually apply that so rigorously. What's your view on that?
Thank you. So yes, you're absolutely right. We're seeing a change in the way in which people shop, and obviously Woolworths and others are alive to that and anticipate that and develop changes to their format to respond. Is it the place of planning provisions to require that, or is it the place under the NPSUD for commercial activity like supermarkets to be enabled to the fullest extent possible, and therefore to allow flexible adaptation to market requirements, and indeed matters like land affordability and availability? Those things will come, but I think we also need to recognise that supermarkets still need to play that broader role, and to suggest that it can only be achieved, an amenity and amenable outcome can only be achieved if we look to abandon some of the standard formats, is, I think, perhaps it's a little too direct in control from my perspective. Mr. Shao would like to speak to that point if you'd be interested to hear his view.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I thought I'd just provide some perspective on your comment around innovation. There certainly has been evolution in supermarket formats over the past decade, and particularly the past 4 or 5 years through COVID, both in terms of the site layout and also the internal configurations. And you've made comments around online orders. So apart from the, I guess, the dark store we have in the industrial area, increasingly as part of the existing supermarkets, we are incorporating online pickup areas. In terms of the design, we have, parents, pram parking, charging stations for electric vehicles or low emission vehicles. We are incorporating these more sustainable design features. And when you look at the architecture of a supermarket built 20 years ago versus the last dozen or so supermarkets we've delivered, they do look very different. So there absolutely has been an evolution and, in my view, an improvement in terms of supermarket format. But that doesn't necessarily mean that on-grade parking is no longer appropriate, which is what this district plan appears to be suggesting. I think we are on a journey of evolution, not revolution. I think all of these need to be balanced against our. So if I take a step back, so during COVID, some people might have thought that brick and mortar supermarkets were a thing of the past, and everyone will start taking online orders, and we will only need pickup stations and industrial distribution warehouses. But that hasn't been the case at all. We are enhancing our online offering, but we remain focused on providing the best possible customer experience in our stores and to make them more attractive and sustainable. But all of that need to be balanced against our customers' expectations to keep grocery prices down. And so operational efficiencies are significant. So you can serve a catchment of, say, 12,000 or 15,000 people with a full service supermarket, or maybe 2 or 3 smaller metro-sized supermarkets, or even half a dozen 7-Eleven type convenience stores. But there are trade-offs in terms of operational efficiencies, and there is a reason why Pack and Save are designed to be much larger than New Worlds, and why a loaf of bread costs more at four square than at a Pack and Save.
In relation to the costs that you just brought up, the supermarket uses land, of course. The car park, uses land. In your experience, how does that compare with the cost? And looking from an economical point of view, in terms of not just the actual the actual acquiring of the land, but also the ongoing, the rights and whatever else you have to pay on that, compared to building, say, another story of building where you have your car parks either on top or below, or however, I can see the point that the actual supermarket should be on ground level, but there are many options, and we have many options shown to us in New Zealand where car parks are actually integrated in the building, and people use that, which is, providing the car parking, and you can still have some on-ground car parking for, particular specific situations, but integrating the car parking into a building, where, in your experience, is the difference in terms of the feasibility of both options?
That's a good question, and that's, I guess, the bread and butter of my role, is to run development feasibility, looking at different formats on different shapes of land that we are able to acquire or try to negotiate extension of. If I can answer your question in two parts, I think the primary influence on the form and intensity of development is not planning or rule driven, it's driven by land economics. So where the economics can support, say, the development of high-rise offices or apartment buildings, it becomes very challenging to develop on-grade parking, regardless of whether or not it's restricted by planning rules. Look, I think it's very unlikely, extremely unlikely, for a new supermarket within the CBD to be able to provide for on-grade parking, because in that context, because of land prices, it would be an inefficient use of the land. But say in the suburbs, typically through running the feasibility, the cost of constructing a car parking basement tends to be higher. And I'll use Newtown as an example, and I heard Commissioner Dash, I think he also referred to Newtown having 2 levels of car parking basement. Newtown, which was, I guess, one of the most recent supermarkets we built, it's a development that we are very proud of. The site is just over 6,000 square meters, which is very compact for a full-sized supermarket. It took over 10 years for us to unlock that opportunity. And during that time, we tried to acquire a neighbouring property to make the store development or make the store model more feasible, but we were ultimately unsuccessful. And in the end, it took a very competent development manager who had the vision and ability to deliver what was an extremely challenging project. And we had to construct 2 car parking basements. And the construction cost of that was 3 times the cost of a standard supermarket. So Tawa, which is a slightly bigger store with on-grade parking, that was completed only a few months later. The construction cost of that was 1/3 of Newtown. So in a different market, for example, the market we are in now, with a high construction costs, high interest rates and poor yields, a development like Newtown would not have happened.
Right, thanks very much for that.
Thank you. I've got only one residual question, I think, following those questions. For Ms. Panther Knight, you're recommending changes to policy 4, and this is in regard to unacceptable or incompatible activities. You're recommending deleting the car parking visible at street edge, which is a very blunt way, because that would address not just supermarkets, but all other sorts of potentially incompatible activities in certain centre zones. And I'm wondering whether you would accept that as a potentially incompatible activity if your other issue, because they seem related, around policy support for recognising the functional and operational requirements of supermarket was accepted. Would that be a fair question or suggestion?
Absolutely, sir. Yes, I think the general approach to all of those bulleted points in the submission was to delete them all from a streamlining policy analysis perspective. It's not to say, for example, that, for example, in the neighbourhood centre zone, yard-based retail activities are suggested to be compatible. It was that I thought, from a drafting perspective, the body or the main tranche of the policy stood on its own. If the panel is minded to retain those for clearly articulating what the policy is seeking to address in terms of incompatible activities. If car parking was to remain, but there was to be that understanding that on occasion that may be an outcome arising from an operational and functional requirement of a supermarket or similar, then that would be an acceptable outcome.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. Any other further points? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for overcoming your technical difficulties, Mr. Shah. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
We will adjourn the hearing for lunch and we will resume at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
The few slides that I've got sort of integrated with what I'm saying. I have to turn them on and thank you.
So you'll come down first. Keep it to 10. 10 to 15.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
You okay? I'm just checking the technology. Okay, welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream 4 is reconvened post lunch, and before us we have the Newtown Residents Association and the Economic Advisor, both of whom have pre-circulated statements, which we have all read. But we have a whole hour, I think, for that. So maybe I can hand over to you, Rona, to talk to your submission and the key points.
I would like to hand over first to Tim because
Okay.
he's, or Mr. Helm,
Okay.
he's setting the sort of theoretical sort of scene that I'll pick up on in my details. If that's all right?
That's absolutely fine. We're in your hands. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to be here again, of course. So my name is Tim Helm. I'm a consultant economist. I'm also the Director of Research and Policy at a small think tank called Prosper Australia. We focus on land and housing policy. We're based in Australia, but I myself am based here in Wellington. You may recall I spoke in stream 1 on the Johnsonville line issue. I also appeared in stream 2 on behalf of Orca, the Onslow Residents Association. So I'm here today, of course, with Rona and Newtown. In my comments, I'd like to refresh you first on the content of the evidence statement, summarising it briefly, and then commenting briefly on how it applies to the points Rona has raised. I'll try to keep this to about 10 minutes for allowing time for questions.
Thank you.
The evidence I'm providing is relevant to a lot of points in the district plan, so I'm keen for every chance to hear your questions and help you reconcile, if you like, what I'm saying with other evidence you've heard. Okay, so if you had the chance to read my written evidence, you'll see it wasn't just limited to centres or Newtown, but was quite general evidence on a fairly fundamental question for many plan issues, namely whether zoning rules aimed at preserving character or heritage or amenity necessarily come at a cost to housing supply and affordability. So whether current plan settings are imposing any material restriction on the housing market, and for the new plan, whether, so to speak, it's possible to have our cake and eat it too, by respecting what existing residents would like to see without this reducing new housing supply and making it more expensive to live here. And the reason for covering this in general terms is firstly to help your consideration of Rona's submission, but secondly for the broader purpose of having your consideration of all plan issues, be well informed about the diversity of expert views that exist on this question of how zoning affects housing. So on this question, there are many voices saying similar things, especially government, but also through the media, saying one way or another that planning to make places attractive makes them expensive, that there's a housing affordability cost to good planning. So there does appear, or there can appear to be a consensus that for cheaper housing, we must strip back public good regulation over land use. However, this does not reflect the state of debate amongst economists. There are many credible alternative views that oppose this zeitgeist view on zoning, this idea that restrictive zoning is why housing is expensive. And there's a lot of empirical evidence challenging this too. Evidence that doesn't just qualify or nuance this view of blaming planning, but undermines it to a great extent. I base my evidence in the statement on the body of theory and empirical work that can be described as the economics of new housing development. And I come at this having worked across policy, consulting and research on related topics for close to 15 years. Okay, so the key points are first covering some theory. Zoning for density is not the same as building housing. The public decision to zone is necessary but not sufficient. We also need a private decision to develop before we get housing. This is completely obvious on the one hand, but it's also worrying how often this distinction is ignored. When zoning allows more density, there's no automatic response from developers. Private developers aren't an arm of the state, and the private sector's own independent incentives to build are really the main story for housing supply. Second point, there's a paradox it's helpful to recognise to understand this. It's not a contradiction. The paradox being that zoning can and does constrain density on each development that actually goes ahead, while not constraining the overall supply of new housing, which is what matters for affordability. The reason is because most development opportunities, most profitable opportunities, are not taken up. Most sites are not developed in any given period, and the number taken up depends on how many houses each site supplies. So there's a critical distinction between density, the number of dwellings on a site, and new supply, the rate of new supply, the number of dwellings per period. Third theoretical point is that the feasibility of development is something that zoning can affect, but that's not itself a trigger for development. Higher feasibility doesn't mean faster housing supply. Developers supply at a privately profitable rate. Some people call it the market absorption rate. It's set by the balance between profits from selling houses today and profits from holding land undeveloped or land banking. That is, it can be, even when it's profitable to build, it can be more profitable not to build, which is why in any given year, most feasible projects do not go ahead. On council's estimates, there are 35 feasible projects for each one built. Final theoretical point, if you like, this means there's no relationship in economic theory between zoned capacity beyond the minimum level and the supply of new housing. Increasing zone capacity won't increase new housing. It's not as though a fixed percent of capacity is developed each year, so you can just dial up the capacity and expect the supply to respond. Rather, developers choose how many houses to develop, ramping up capacity just offers them more choice. And this choice can be important. So capacity for different housing types in different areas can allow some consumer choice. You know, if people want to live in high rises in Javel, there needs to be as much capacity as there are buyers. But beyond that, more capacity is not better for housing affordability. There's also a lot of empirical evidence, which I covered in my submission, excuse me, which points to minimal supply advantages from upzoning, from widespread upzoning. Firstly, on this evidence, we observe land banking, lots of it. profitable development opportunities don't go ahead. And by definition, this is not caused by the planning system. We can't explain why, for instance, the Johnsonville Mall site hasn't been developed without reference to land banking, to the landowner's interest in passively profiting from not developing, especially when granted development rights for free. I cited examples in my statement of how development is generally a very small share of zone capacity, and these effectively show that zoning is not a binding constraint on new supply. Second form of empirical evidence, economists have looked and struggled to prove from case studies that widespread upzoning, such as is contemplated here, has made much difference to housing. I cited a literature review and provided some examples. Auckland's a really important case study that I can elaborate on. The unitary plan tripled capacity and there was a boom in consents, but the Wellington region had just as big a boom in consents over the same time period with no upzoning. So the unitary plan clearly changed where housing went and what it looked like, but it's not clear it increased overall new supply. There's a third source of evidence that's important. Simple observation of housing cycles. In 2021, you recall, we were building at record rates and you couldn't find a builder. So this was not zoning constraining housing supply. And in 2023, we're building less than we were in 2021. Again, this means zoning is not constraining building. This is clearly just private sector decisions and cycles. Now, that's the empirical evidence. The last point of my submission really explained why a certain type of evidence cited by council and provided by Dr. Lees of Sense Partners does not effectively support the idea that raising height limits will make housing cheaper. So I argue that you should ignore this form of evidence. It's based on a modelling type that effectively assumes the conclusion. And in this modelling type, each and every restriction on density has a mechanical impact on housing costs. So that outcome is just built into the model, and the model contains no description of new housing supply, which is really the only outcome that matters for housing affordability. That's technical modelling point, but I can elaborate on it if you like in questions. Final point, what does this mean for Newtown? So the Residents Association argues that the height limit increases proposed by Kaingaroa in its proposal for a town centre zone, or some contemplated by council in the section 42A report, and what's proposed in the PDP by the extent of the central city zone. These are unnecessary since there's already adequate capacity for growth. And I agree, my analysis supports that point. I understand the motivation by those parties for higher height limits, for proposing higher height limits, that motivation to be essentially the assumption that it will produce more housing. And that assumption, in my understanding, is wrong. So on my reading, the operative plan has more than enough capacity for growth. Developers have 100 years of zoned land supply, and the PDP more than doubles that. So creating even more capacity in certain places will change where development occurs, but it won't increase overall supply, which is, again, what matters for affordability. So the Residents Association argues that high density zoning will have higher social costs than lower density zoning with no compensating benefits. And I agree there will be no affordability benefits from higher density zoning. So to wrap up, Wellington, in my understanding and analysis, will achieve zero housing affordability benefits from adding further zone capacity, which means plan decisions can prioritise traditional planning concerns, including for amenity, without trading off affordability. We're effectively in negative sum territory with some of these proposals imposing costs for no clear benefit. So that wraps up my summary of my statement, and take it from you whether you'd like to ask questions now or after Rona's presentation.
I think we'll take the opportunity to ask you questions because you're in a certain sphere. Yep. Rona's in another sphere, so yeah. Let's not get them mixed up.
Can I just check with something? I'm a bit concerned that while this that's up, that's all people watching online will see, but I don't know if that's true or not.
No. Sorry, what was that? I think both, no, not the only thing, but
I can see both the presentation and the room. Is that
right.
right?
They can, oh, okay, so they can see
okay.
that.
Yeah.
If that's the main thing they can see, that's good, because I only need that to sort of come on when I'm.
Right.
We can
Okay.
swap it, so when you are talking to it, we can have that live.
Okay.
I think almost everybody would prefer a map too.
Yeah.
Well.
No, we would.
Like to see the commissioners.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of questions to kickstart things. You've said in a couple of places in your evidence that providing excess zone capacity is like pushing on a string. Can you just elaborate what you mean? Because I don't know that expression. So.
Pushing on a string. If zone capacity is not a binding constraint that is slowing down housing supply, then relaxing that constraint won't cause more development to occur, won't cause more new supply. So zone capacity is the number of dwellings that under existing zoning rules could be added to the existing stock, feasible capacity being sites that have been identified as already profitable to develop up to or to redevelop. And these levels are far in excess of what we see as actual development rates per year. About 1,000 dwellings we add every year in Wellington City. It's about 100,000 dwellings worth of zone capacity and about 35,000 dwellings that the council's consultant estimates could be built immediately at a profit. So that cap, that zoned capacity, is not throttling, if you like, or restraining the rate at which developers supply new housing to the market. The developers are restrained by, firstly, profit motives. They don't want to flood their own market, and the land they hold when they hold land is rising in value when they don't develop it. And so there's a private constraint on the rate of new supply. And secondly, at times when we're in a building boom like 2021, there's a true construction sector constraint that is slowing down. Even if developers wanted to build more, they would have to bid a builder off someone else who would not develop. So there are really two constraints on the rate of new houses arriving per year. Neither of those constraints is the zone capacity constraint. So relaxing that constraint will not have any practical effect. Pushing on the string metaphor is about non-binding constraints.
So is getting back to the simile. So as the string length stays the string length, no matter how much you push on it.
You can
what you try and
pull on a string for to lift something. You can pull on a string,
yep.
But to push on a string does not move anything.
Right.
Sorry,
okay.
That might have been an obscure metaphor I used, perhaps.
Right.
Pushing a string, or
I understand.
I don't know if through another metaphor or something.
Well,
It's a non-binding, relaxing a non-binding constraint. It's just a terribly boring way to describe it.
and my other question is in paragraph 35. In the second sentence, you say high site density a long way from population centres can result in low urban density. So I didn't quite understand that. It seemed like contradiction in terms there. So,
yeah. So site density would be the number of dwellings per site, and urban density is really a function of how concentrated people are in space, in the area. Now, if we saw a high-rise building in Tawa, then and that displaced, say, some townhouses in Te Aro, then we would see the effective concentration of people fall. So even though in Tawa we'd have a very high site density on that site, the concentration of people across the whole jurisdiction of Wellington City would be lower than if we had those people instead in, say, townhouses in Te Aro. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Helm?
I just had a couple really. One, you said that there's adequate capacity, and increased height won't produce more housing. So some submitters say that may be the case, but it would enable more housing.
It would certainly enable more housing. There's no question. Yes.
So it would provide more choice for developers, if you like.
It would enable more housing. We could build 200, for example, PDP versus operative district plan. We could build an extra 140,000 dwellings thanks to the change between operative and PDP. So it enables more housing, and whether it materially enables more choice is a question of whether the existing plan restricts certain housing types in certain areas where the market actually has demand for it. So the operative district plan doesn't let you build a high-rise in 30-storey high-rise in Tawa. If there were demand such that high-rise was the most profitable use of a site in Tawa, then we would, under the operative plan, have restricted choice. The sector wouldn't be able to deliver the high-rises in Tawa that the market wants. That's an example where clearly the market wouldn't want to deliver high-rises in Tawa. So whether more choice is enabled is really a question of what the current constraint is relative to what the market wants to build and what the other constraint is. I'll illustrate that perhaps with an example, just a single case study. So Pyrie Street, Mount Victoria, is 3 old villas that were demolished a year or 2 ago, and they've been redeveloped before the new district plan is in place. They're being redeveloped as 3-storey townhouses. Now, as I understand it, when the new district plan commences, 6 stories would be the zoning for those sites. So although the difference between the old plan and the new proposed plan enables more choice, it enables developers to provide a 6-storey building and for buyers to therefore live in a 6-storey building in Mount Victoria, it hasn't actually practically improved the choice set for developers and buyers, since that segment of the market does not exist. Apparently the best use of a Mount Victoria site is for 3-storey townhouses, not 6-storey apartment buildings, according to the decision of the developer who moved early rather than waiting for a year, doubling potentially the height limit they could use. So, sorry for the long answer. The short version is increasing height limits does provide more choice if the current height limits are binding what developers would want to do. Even down at, apparently the difference between 3 stories and 6 stories in a city location like Mount Victoria is not necessarily binding developers to preventing them doing something that would be most profitable. Does that?
That's helpful, thank you. And just the other, I just wanted to understand, you said you didn't agree with the sense modelling, and I just wanted to understand a little bit more around that, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, apologies, because this is a technical point, and
so as late as possible for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually very unfortunate that economists working in this field are bringing to you disagreements about technical methods. That's not ideal. That's not your role to be adjudicating, really. But unfortunately, there are methods out there that are being used as evidence, such as the Sense Partners report by Wellington City Council, that are inappropriate. Now, there are critiques of that in the existing literature that are known, yet this evidence is being brought forward, which is why I've brought forward this critique. So there's a type of model that, if you like, draws a circle on a piece of paper and calls it the city, and says we want to put 250,000 people in here, and drops them on there and squeezes them in according to the zoning constraints and according to the profitability constraints. And it's the AMM model, the Alonzo Mills model of urban form. That's essentially a model to predict how cities grow. As population grows, do they grow out or do they grow up? And you can explain how they grow with variable transport time. Now that model's got, in my opinion, valid uses, and it's being used, in my opinion, inappropriately to do this analysis of how certain policy changes would change housing costs, housing prices and housing affordability. And the essential flaw here is that in this model, there's no development activity. This model is like a very long run equilibrium model. So in this model, if you, this model essentially predicts the shape of Wellington City after every building that is currently here has reached the end of its life, been demolished and been built up to the private optimum. So every old wooden house has finally died and it's not worth preserving. So it's a very artificial construct. It's a very artificial view of the city. In my view, it's very good for long run analysis, for analysis of how over the very long time periods cities grow and change. That's how it's been used a lot traditionally. It's now being used to say that policy A versus policy B would have such and such an effect. But it doesn't model change through time. So it doesn't model how fast developers choose to produce houses. And in the real world, over the timeframes we care about, all that really matters is how many dwellings we're adding to the housing stock every year. Ultimately, our housing stock is a function of what we already have plus what we add every year. So the key variable, if you care about how planning rules matter for housing affordability, the key concern is the rate at which the market supplies new housing. And this form of model that's been used by Dr. Lees and Sense Partners doesn't model that rate. It doesn't have any vision over how development occurs and how fast development occurs. There's no theory in that model of the rate of new housing supply. It's essentially a view about what Wellington will look like in, let's call it 100 years, if you change a certain thing. So that's why I argue it's not appropriate evidence to be used to say that a certain policy will improve housing affordability. It can't be used that way, in my opinion. And I provided some citations of that. And apologies again, it's a technical modelling point that shouldn't be having to be litigated in a forum like this. But at least one of the purposes, I think, of my evidence is to alert you to a diversity of views that you will not receive from government and government-funded consultants or council-funded consultants. There is a diversity of views amongst independent economists, amongst academic economists, about this broad question of how zoning relates to housing supply. It's not a cut and dried conclusion amongst the field of economists that planning rules cause housing to be more expensive. It's not that at all. Yeah, leave it there.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Can I just pick up on that too, sorry. So are you saying, I'm just bringing it back to Newtown, that if you raise the height limit or just get rid of the height limit for Newtown, you wouldn't see an immediate uptake except insofar as where those height limits might be constraining demand or demand to build something higher?
Yes, that's right. If you create a height limit of 50 stories in Newtown, no one will build 50 stories. If townhouses in Newtown are quite popular and there's a height limit of the existing building cannot be removed and you remove that, for example, heritage protection, then probably that building will be demolished and built into townhouses if that's what the market wants. So I understand, Rona can speak to this, but the height limit increases proposed are in the realm of 22, 27, 36 metres under different proposals, for example, Kaingaora. And those strike me as in excess of what the market will generally want, although I agree I don't have expertise in this area of the most profitable development types. The broader point is zoned capacity overall for Newtown. We sometimes in planning would want to prevent developers building a certain building type that they could profitably build, for example, a high rise in the middle of a heritage area. And if they do not build that, they will build the next most profitable thing, which may be townhouses and they may build 3 sites as townhouses instead of a single site as a high rise. The question for whether these height limits are making housing generally, housing per se, more expensive is about the overall zone capacity, the overall envelope in which they can build. And on those aggregate numbers, it's clear that Wellington is swimming in capacity to build housing. And in fact, much of that capacity could already be built profitably. So that is to say, relaxing these height limits or increasing height limits in Newtown will have some effect on built form. There are probably sites that could be most profitably be developed right up to the maximum. But constraining those height limits will not necessarily cause housing to be more expensive. It will restrict choice and development opportunities in certain ways, but probably won't reduce the number of dwellings built in Newtown, and certainly not across Wellington City as a whole, where the number of dwellings is, even at present, just a market decision.
Yeah, and on that point, so conversely, because we've been told that the current market conditions tend to steer residential apartment buildings into the 12 to 14 story kind of height limit. Yep. But we would be wrong, wouldn't we, the Royal we, the city, to set height limits at 14 stories now, because that's where the demand sits. So you get rid of that and let the market decide where and how and what. Is that the converse to that argument?
Every height limit choice is one with costs and benefits, and the benefit of allowing, say, 14-story buildings or removing height limits altogether is that there'll be a slightly higher development profit from developing that site to that density. The cost is the amenity impacts that a building of that height would have that multiple buildings of a lower height would not have. So the density of that site tends to be sort of more of a predictor of the costs of development. Shading and other externalities are about how densely a site is used. I think generally your height limit decisions have to be guided by costs and benefits. The thrust of my evidence is that the idea that there would be citywide benefits from more zone capacity, and that benefit arriving through cheaper housing, and that cheaper housing arriving through more supply of housing, that argument is flawed. If we see somebody build to 14 stories and the rules might have instead constrained them to 6, then we will see fewer developments of other types elsewhere. Effectively, your choice is 2 7-story buildings or 1 14-story building. If you let somebody build to 14 instead of 7, it's not that you'll get 14 and 7. This is the essential point about the market's rate, the market absorption rate of new housing. Developers don't want to build so much that they are flooding the market with housing and reducing the price they get and reducing the value of their own land. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions? Thank you for your evidence, and I think you probably had a fairly similar brief of evidence for hearing stream 2 in relation to residential.
Yes, that was
okay. And the focus of your evidence is all about housing affordability and the general issues the city has to face.
Yes.
We're in a hearing on centres. Okay, so obviously the city centre, metropolitan centres, and so forth. But your evidence doesn't really talk about the other component of life, if you like, which is employment and the other stuff you do apart from living in a house.
Yep.
Did you have any comment on the structure of the centres, the hierarchy of the centres, what they do, what they mean for the surrounding residential catchment? Because, as I said, your evidence is squarely about the housing affordability issue and about capacity and about zoning and whether that constraints housing.
Yep.
But in terms of everything else, do you have any views on that?
No, is the short answer.
Okay.
And
so yeah.
I can
Because
explain.
the decisions that we have to make as
Yep,
part of this
certainly.
hearing stream are quite different from the residential one.
And some of the submissions and expert evidence that you've had in this hearing stream are using arguments about the impact of different centres' decisions on housing affordability via housing supply. And now the scope of my evidence is limited to that same question.
Okay, all
And
right,
I don't have broader comments about centres policy.
all right, thank you.
Okay, no, I think we've run out of questions, but we may
Great.
come back to
Thank you.
another
Yeah.
question.
Well, moving on to me. I'm Rona Carson. I'm the president of the Newtown Residents Association. And I hope you've read our original submission as well as the submission to this stream, or maybe we'll have a look at it. Today, I'm mainly talking about the description of Newtown as a local centre and its implications for proposed increases to permitted heights. You've heard quite a lot about Newtown already. I didn't listen to the Kaingora submission to you, but judging by their written submissions, you would have heard about their proposal that Newtown should be a town centre. And I'll be adding my voice to those who disagree with that. And you've also heard from Martin Hanley and Anna Kimball Welsh about their Newtown plan, which our association has endorsed. And I know you understand what they're proposing. So I won't go into further detail about that either, but I'll just confirm that we are enthusiastic about more mixed-use development along our commercial streets, which have a number of underutilised sites interspersed among the historic shops. So we agree that local centre is appropriate for Newtown in a hierarchy of city centre, metropolitan centre, local centre and neighbourhood centre. We agree with the council report writer's reasons for rejecting the Kaingora submission that Newtown should be a town centre. However, the local zone 42A report then goes on to make a concession to the Kaingora position by saying that as an alternative to lowering the heights in smaller centres, the height limit applied to larger centres should be increased, and in particular recommending that the height in Newtown be increased to 27 metres in the centre zone, except where it's in the historic zone. And that in the historic precinct that it be 18 metres to allow for development behind the shops. Well, we agree with that part of it because we were finding that the quite severe restrictions on development in the actual centre zone, when restriction in the residential zone wasn't limited to the same extent, was a bit incongruous. But we disagree with increasing the heights in the rest of the zone to 27 metres. Going on to the definition of centres, Kaingora complained that the definition of a local centre conflates the definition of local centre, which meets the needs of the surrounding residential catchment and town centre, meeting the needs of the surrounding suburbs. We think that if they were separated out, it would be more obvious that Newtown truly is a local centre, not a town centre, because it doesn't significantly meet the needs of neighbouring suburbs. And something that's missing from all the analysis is an understanding of where Newtown sits among the surrounding suburbs and how close together we all are. Now, there's not really as much detail as I'd hoped for on the map, but drawing your attention to the map, I'm looking at the surrounding suburbs. Newtown sits sort of in the middle between those two belts of town belt that run down north to south. We've got the city centre to the north of us, Kilburnie, a metropolitan centre close by to the east, and Island Bay to the south, just off the map, has its own local centre. And then, yes, here we are, the zoning map. Again, you can't easily see, but I'm sure you've looked at it previously. According to the zoning in this map, Newtown meets the city centre zone at the intersection with Adelaide Road. Well, I'll take the opportunity to say that we disagree with this, and we agree with Hilary Watson earlier this week and Liv Wellington, who you'll be hearing from next week, that Adelaide Road should be better classified as a mixed-use zone. However, even with this change, the city isn't very far away. And the local centre is quite extensive, as it runs right along the length of Ridderford Street. But the size of the area doesn't in itself result in a comprehensive range of services. Newtown businesses don't provide anything close to the range of services that are available in Kilbirnie, and people in Newtown and surrounding areas go there or into the city for a lot of their needs. And then the more specific map that was included with the council recommendations in section 42A. We've got concerns about the building heights, both in the notified plan and the recommended amendments. We know that NPSUD policy 3D enables within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones or equivalent, building heights and densities of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. The properties which are recommended to have 27 permitted height in this map are all 22 metres in the PDP. And we don't see any benefit associated with the extra height. And there's ample evidence that the PDP already enables far more realisable capacity than will ever be needed. And we also note that a significant portion of the high-rise zone around the centre, which is in the PDP, only has this designation because of the NPSUD 3D. As far as I can see, there are no prescribed criteria for determining the relationship between the level of services and building heights and density. And as I said, we think the level of commercial activities and community services in Newtown has been exaggerated. Now, the street names are missing from here, so just to orient if it's an issue, the grey patch at the top is the hospital. The road running north-south is Ridderford Street. And then to the east of that, as we go down, we've got Main Street, Emmett Street, Green Street, Wilson Street, Constable Street, Newtown Ave and Normanby Street. And those of you who were involved in the residential or historic streams would have heard quite a bit about our disappointment that some of our older streets, which are these side streets off Ridderford Street, are being zoned as high-rise residential, and a lot of submissions that asked for either character precincts or a historic precinct to consider including those in that. And just to clarify, the corner of Main Street and Ridderford Street, just south of the hospital, is Newtown School, and behind that is St Anne's School, both primary schools, which are in fact the only schools in Newtown. I read that Kaingora said that Newtown includes multiple schools, but it's only those two, and they were also pretty full. Also note that that green space, which is the Mercy Park, potentially is totally overshadowed by 21-metre buildings. So, coming back to why I think that the level of commercial activities and community services has been exaggerated. Newtown has no banks, and the only major retailers are the supermarkets and pharmacies. The idea that Newtown services other suburbs might be because Newtown draws people into the hospitality venues, often with live music, and to other niche enterprises such as ethnic stores, or the weekly market at Newtown School. As I've already said, people in Newtown and surrounding areas go to Kilbirnie or into the city for other services. And looking at the community services, there's a number of social services in Newtown which are focused on meeting the needs of low-income residents. So they're unlikely to be an incentive for increased development. And the other services, such as library and community centre, are duplicated in Island Bay, Kilbirnie and Miramar. And I've already commented that Newtown only has those 2 primary schools, and we hear that the roles are full. Now, the planners and submitters, such as Kaingora, keep repeating the phrase well-functioning urban environment, as if zoning for potential extra development is all that is needed to create such an environment. And like Tim, I'm largely talking about residential, but as you see, there's implications for residential from the centre zoning, which we'd like to question, which we are questioning. The people who talk about well-functioning urban environment following on from planning for a lot of upzoning emphasise that a component of this is that it enables a variety of homes that meet the needs in terms of type, price and location of different households. We agree with this, and Newtown already has a variety of housing types, and our vision for high-rise development along the commercial streets would see this increase, and we'd be pleased about that. However, widespread 21-metre upzoning diminishes the choice of housing type rather than improving it. Sunny homes and gardens, a characteristic of Newtown, could no longer be guaranteed because even where they still remain, they would risk being affected by shading and increased wind turbulence. And our belief, which we've been repeating in all the submissions we've made on the various plans, is what Tim's been saying, that when a wide area is upzoned, there won't be any more developments built, but they'll be scattered among the existing homes. If the whole area is upzoned, developers will be able to pick and choose sites to develop with no coherent planning of the area as a whole. And every high-rise development on an unsuitable site will cast shade across a wide area of low-rise neighbours. The loss of sun is only one of the problems. There's also the loss of privacy, increased effects of wind, deflected off the sides of buildings into neighbouring houses and gardens. And I know you've heard about that a lot, but it's a reality that we want to keep coming back to. The Wellington City Council Housing and Business Capacity Assessment concluded that the majority of the unmet demand for housing was terraced housing, not for apartments. And that makes us question the emphasis on widespread zoning for 21 metres, which is primarily suitable for apartments. Having the high-rise zoning in place is likely to make these areas less attractive for developers intending to build terraced housing, perhaps of 3 stories. The risk of being overshadowed by a building of twice the height would be too great. And because of all these factors, we are asking for the recommendation to increase the local centre heights to 27 metres to be declined, and for the high-rise zone around Newtown to be rezoned medium residential zone to the extent that the MPSUD allows, or to some extent. Our hope would be that the Commissioners approve an extension of a character precincts to take in some of this area. So just looking at the character precinct zone, at the moment, the pink line is the zones that are in the proposed strip plan. The crosshatched is what's in the council recommendations about extending the character precincts. And unfortunately, that still leaves this sort of area south of Newtown School or south of the hospital, running out to Constable Street, open to any development that a developer might choose to put there. And We would like your support to, but this was mostly in the both the residential and the historic areas, but we can't sort of separate those out. We would like your support to protect those areas a bit better. Really, that's mainly what I want to say, but I just want to make a mention of wind control. And are we going yet? The chapter on wind control in this stream starts off that the purpose is to manage new developments, additions and alterations so as to maintain or enhance comfortable and safe wind conditions for pedestrians and public space users. The management of building design for wind effects provides environmental benefits for people and communities. We agree with that as far as it goes, but we note that it specifies comfortable and safe wind conditions for pedestrians and public space users, but it doesn't mention the effects of wind on neighbouring properties. And we submit that this should also be assessed and considered when a development is applying for resource consent. I go on in my submission, which you've read, that we support the wind 1.2, which applies to local centres, and the standard, which requires compliance with standards wind S2 and wind S1. But we would like to see those standards strengthened to include the effects of wind on private spaces as well as public spaces. And we also note that the assessments are focusing on wind conditions that are dangerous to pedestrians. The requirement to maintain or enhance comfortable as well as safe wind conditions, which was mentioned in the preamble, seems to have been lost. So I think that's all I need to say at this time, but if you've got any questions, I'd be happy to pursue them.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you for that. I'm pretty familiar with Newtown, and I have noticed relatively recently there has been a little bit of, obviously, quite a lot of change, historical change. Here I'm focusing on the centres because this is what we're all about. Main changes: no banks anymore. You've got to go to Kilburnie to get to the banks. But there also has been an increase in what you call hospitality or restaurants and so forth. There is, it's quite. It does have a bit of a vibe to it, if you like, in terms of that side of things. But if you look at the plan provisions that relating to the centres only, and the expectation for other development, they're relatively flexible.
Yeah.
So do you see, in terms of the height limits, forgetting perhaps the Newtown historical area or the commercial area, but do you see the height limits that are allocated to the Ridderford Constable Street area within the proposed plan as being appropriate?
Mostly, certainly along Ridderford Street and Constable Street. I've got a bit of a question mark about how that zone then extends past Constable Street to Newtown, taking all of Newtown Ave and one side of Normanby Street, because then that again takes in some of the, well, Newtown Ave that's lost to housing. That's a segment which is quite appropriate for some commercial development, but not necessarily to that height. Well, part of Newtown Ave, of course, is now one side of the new apartment block that starts in Constable Street and goes right through, and the rest of it is mostly houses that have been converted to businesses like car repairs and so on, which we'd like to keep those businesses in Newtown, but we'd quite like to see them incorporated into a mixed use building, but not necessarily to that height. So,
okay, thank you for that. The other one, which is in your speaking notes, is in relation to what you think that Adelaide Road should be in terms of zoning. You didn't speak about it in your presentation, but I'd be interested in your views because there is some submissions which think it should be a mixed-use zoning as opposed to the city centre zoning. And I think that generally in your written notes, you're supportive of that.
Yes.
Have you got any other comments about Adelaide Road and what it would mean with potential Let's Get Wellington moving and public transport spine going down from the city to the hospital? Have you got any particular comments on what you feel is the future of Adelaide Road?
Well, we've always wanted Adelaide Road. We really endorsed the 2008 plan from council that was never really actioned. And I know that both Hilary Watson and Jane, when she talks to Liv Wellington's submission, are referencing that again. So the idea that Adelaide Road is a good spot for a mixed-use zone seems really appropriate. The idea that it's central city when the height limits are that much higher, so much higher, seems unnecessary. And we also know one of the reasons why the 2008 plan hasn't been properly actioned is discovering that the east side of the road is pretty tricky for building. So it's not likely to easily support really high buildings. And we also, of course, have our own personal reason for thinking that making Adelaide Road centre city means that the centre city boundary is right on our boundary, which dramatically increases the amount of us that's taken out of Newtown that becomes walkable catchment from the centre city. Whereas you could walk, by the time you've walked your 10 minutes or 15 minutes to that corner, Adelaide Road and Ridderford Street, you're at least another 15 or 20 minutes to get to any of what anyone else would call centre city. So
which is the other side of the Basin Reserve.
Yeah. Even when you get there, I mean, our hopeful future vision is that that's also quite a mixed use zone with, before you get to the true commercial stuff, you've got sort of a couple of streets away from it, but that's unnecessary pedantic.
Okay, and thank you for all the efforts you've been putting into your submission and your written statement as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any particular questions. Mine were just answered them, but thank you. Yeah.
No, I don't have any further questions. So thank you very much for your presentation and for coming in here today. It's very much appreciated.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you. Okay. Join.
Would you like to come off the table? I'm correct that there's been no written statements or anything circulated before. Have you got written notes now that you perhaps share with us?
Yes, vague ones that we could pass on at the end, but yeah, nothing other than our formal written submission.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, yes, the floor is all yours, so we're in your hands.
Great,
for the next
thank
hour.
you. Kia ora koutou. So I'm Jill Day. I'm the chair of the Tawa Community Board. I've got Miriam Moore, who is also on the community board and leads sort of our planning, community facilities kind of approach on the board. I guess just by way of introduction, just to reiterate that the initial submission was done, the written and oral submissions were done by the previous board, which actually only one of those people is still on the board. As a councillor, I wasn't involved at that time in the submission process. So obviously we've got a new group of people. So we're trying to meld ourselves into making this fit within what they did. And clearly the previous board head to kind of like bring together, different perspectives. So there's sort of some limitations on what you can do as a community group. But so the previous board outlined in their written submission that they strongly support the initiatives in the plan to benefit urban intensification, both in the city centre and in Tawa. This submission from the previous board was a high-level commentary of support of urban intensification, and so what we're doing today is to clarify what this means for Tawa as a proposed local centre. So for the local centre zone, the board supports the proposed district plan, which outlines Tawa and Lyndon's main centres as the local centre zone, with supporting neighbourhood and mixed-use zones and high-density residential zones to connect them. This distribution provides a positive balance of commercial activity and encourages increased residential density in logical places that will support a vibrant centre for Tawa. While we did not take the opportunity to further submit on the other parties' submissions on Tawa's centre zones, the board would like to reiterate their support for the proposed zoning, including the rules and the extent of the zone. It is considered the proposed local centre zone is more enabling than existing zoning and is a positive step forward to enable growth and development in Tawa in appropriate locations. The board's written submission outlined their support of developing Tawa as a 15-minute neighbourhood. The local and neighbourhood centre zones contribute positively to this principle, enabling and encouraging mixed-use development and increasing residential choice and activity within the local centres in Tawa. Further, the board is supportive of including the centres and mixed-use design guides as a statutory document within the plan to alleviate concerns in the community outlined in the written submission. That piecemeal development will have poor amenity outcomes. And I'm going to hand over to Miriam now to speak to the heights in the different zones.
Yeah, so I just wanted to do a clarification on the board's written submission regarding Tawa Junction. So the previous board submitted that their concerns regarding the zoning of Tawa Junction as mixed use with the 15-minute height limit rather than 22, like the surrounding local centre and high density zones. And this was due to the concern regarding a lower height limit on a prime piece of land that I believe has one owner. So it's definitely quite ripe for development adjacent to the train station. So we'd just like to take this opportunity to clarify that the concern was regarding the height limit and not necessarily pertaining to the land use, because it's understood by this board that the 15-minute height limit in that mixed-use zone at Tawa Junction is for permitted activities and any new residential developments built here under the mixed-use zone. I think Rule 16 would trigger a height control and under the mixed-use zone standard 2, so which it would actually have equally enabling height limit of 22 metres. So I think the previous board suggested that this be rezoned to a centre zone, but I just wanted to clarify that that concern was regarding the height standard, not necessarily the land use. So based on my understanding of the plan, that actually it is enabled to go up to that height limit and that zone is prime for development.
I would just clarify that Ms Hayes clarified this yesterday, wasn't it? That when the owners of that block came in, that the 15 pertained to just the commercial use of the land. Okay. But it was enabled to go to 22 if it was a mixed use with residential on the top. So that was just clarified yesterday, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, so I'll just clarify a position that we support 22 metres of development on that site and less so much about the zoning. And yeah, so we support the commercial residential development here at that height limit of 22 metres. And lastly, just sort of reiterating the natural hazards and flooding issue, and Tawa's local centre sits on a floodplain, and Porirua stream and its tributaries have multiple instances of flooding, and the risk of the stream flooding is only going to increase with more frequent severe weather events. So our concerns about enabling increased density in these flood zone areas were presented in Stream 1, and we just asked the panel that while considering Tawa's centre and its ideal location on the flat and on a mass rapid transit route, it's also in a stream corridor that runs through our spine. So how that plays out in the plan is important to us. But that was the key summary of our submission on this. And if you had any questions, we're happy to delve further into that.
Just one. I think in your submission you wanted that area that we're just talking about, the 15 metres, to be local centre zone.
Yes.
What I'm hearing now is that you're comfortable with the retention of the mixed use zone?
I suspect that in some ways it was because at that time the understanding was that to get the maximum use out of land, that it needed to be identified as that. Whereas I think, you know, what we probably, the previous board would understand if they had more information on it, was that it's actually not quite that simple. So I think it was really just about making sure that in a place like that you really are getting the maximum development you can, because it's not necessarily surrounded by a lot of residential there. So makes sense.
So we had the landowners in yesterday to talk to us about that. So you might want to go back and listen to the recording.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Wakefield Property Holdings.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all I had.
I don't know whether you've had the opportunity to have a look at the submissions of Kaingaroa at all. And in terms of the Tawa Centre, they're proposing not only an upward, increasing the heights over and above the PDP, but also increasing the spatial extent of the Tawa town centre, particularly linking Cambridge Lyndhurst south to the other neighbourhood centre, linking the two and making the whole thing well, actually, they want it to be a town centre zone as opposed to a local centre zone, which has different implications as well. We haven't had any, well, apart from the officers not recommending some minor changes in between Lyndhurst and Elena Place, I think it is. I just wondered whether or not there had been any thinking at the community board level about whether the actual spatial extent of the Tawa Centre, I'll call it, needs to be looked at, because Kaingaroa's submission was accepted. There'd be some residential properties which would need to be rezoned to centre. So I just wondered whether there's been any discussion about not only the heights in Tawa, but also the spatial extent of the.
We've discussed it.
We've discussed it, yeah.
Not further than that.
It's not really a submission, so it might be an unfair question to you.
Yeah, so I had a look at it more in a personal capacity, expecting this question, and it was good to listen in because it was a lot easier to understand than the written submission, which is why we didn't further submit on that. Also, it's difficult to respond to that when those are people's private properties within our community, and we can't really represent them. And I think sort of my take on that is I understand where that's come from, because it's quite a short space in between two centre zones. And I mean, we support retaining the height limits as they've been proposed, but in regard to that connection, I can see why it makes sense, but I'm not necessarily convinced it would be a lost opportunity if it wasn't included at this time. I definitely know that that area in particular is covered by the flood zone, those particular homes, and I do think residential development has better capacity to respond to those circumstances than a commercial development does. Also, the height limits, there's 1 metre between them, and I think that if in the meantime any of those properties were developed as high density residential, it wouldn't be out of character with a town centre zone should that be connected in the future. So while I could see where they're coming from, I wasn't convinced that now's the right space that we necessarily need to look at that, and rather focus on just, you know, getting that more enabling in our town centre zone. And it's quite a significant shift to making Tawa more of a linear development rather than that sort of hub, and looking to more transit-oriented development and looking at the opportunities that you have with that particular Tawa junction. So there's quite a lot of things happening there, and to sort of open them all at once, not necessarily convinced that would be beneficial. And probably one last point to consider on that some local knowledge might help is that main road is, if you are entering Tawa on a vehicle from the south, you do have to come down that road to sort of, get into the tributaries of Tawa's smaller streets and into the hills. And it has this natural sort of gateway at the Cambridge Street roundabout and then at the Surrey Street roundabout. And actually, I think the future opportunities there would have a look more of a sort of pedestrians friendly space along that main road part, and you might look at traffic would start going behind that, and actually that's sort of that hub and potential of development that local centre could provide. So there is definitely this natural gateway of those two roundabouts that happens currently. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess that's up to the experts as to whether changing those zones would, influence any of that. And just reiterating that we have not had the opportunity to speak with our community about that, and those are people's homes. So it would, we couldn't form a formal position on supporting that kind of change.
And that's completely fair. And I think the chair has also raised that very issue with Kaigora about, on the basis of a submission, wanting to actually change the zoning of a property from residential to something else without looping back to the landowner to see what they actually think about it. So thank you for your response. And I didn't want to put you, but knowing you were here and knowing what they said, I thought it would be appropriate just to get some feeling from you about whether or not it was a good idea, and if it wasn't a good idea, why not? If it was a good idea, whether it needs to be done now or perhaps looked at
down the road. They did raise some points that I thought were quite positive, such as sort of increasing the active frontage controls in various town centre, local centres, just to sort of put that amenity improvement on the developer rather than the ability of council to respond to development. So I thought that was an encouraging vision.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Hilda, thank you. Thank you.
So that concludes the hearing for today. We'll shortly adjourn the hearing and resume on Tuesday at 9 o'clock, was it? I haven't got the schedule in front of me. And also we're having a away day on Monday. Any points to raise at the moment, do you think? No, okay. So we'll adjourn the hearing and resume on Tuesday at 9 AM. Thank you.